Oh, should I let him in?
Yeah, welcome to
Yep.
the FlowState.
There he is.
There he is. Ding dong.
Hello, David Barsky.
We are in the FlowState.
Hello, David Barsky.
You guys remember what happened on Sunday?
What happened on Sunday, Alan?
When was Sunday?
I wasn't there.
I wasn't there either.
I
Jim
remember what
Jim
happened.
was there.
The day of the sun.
What?
Local listens.
Are we being joined by Jake?
Trying to figure out how calendars work. Okay, so Sunday,
Calendars are
April 24th. On Saturday, the 23rd of April 2022, at the end of after the 5th hour of a 6-hour live stream, Weaving Spiders Welcome, we talked about remote viewing, and Jim suggested that we could remote view Jim Sunday afternoon. So that was 12 hours after the weave ended or so, about. And many of us began the process in about a 2-hour window where we were quietly in our own spaces, not in a video call or anything, remote viewing Jim's location to try and determine where Jim was, what Jim was doing, to try to pick up whatever we could in our mind's eye here. It's real spooky stuff we're getting into, folks. Real spooky stuff. And I can show you now the art I had. So I had started with some Wim Hof. Do you guys ever do Wim Hof?
Yep.
I got the
No.
Wim Hof video. Let's see if I can find it. So you know this guy Wim Hof, he does the ice bath stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he has this exercise he does about breathing, and I have a video that I have that does the timer for it. Anyway, he's like, breathe from the diaphragm, breathe in, and release. And you breathe in, you do that like, there's like 3 cycles that are 5 minutes each, and then at the end of you end up holding your breath, and it gets to be about maybe 2 minutes or longer of holding your breath, and then you go back to the next cycle. So anyway, I do that process. I hadn't done it for a few weeks, and it's just buzzing.
Get a little high.
Feel it's like my diaphragm feels like I'd kind of a burning, kind of a frozen, icy, prickly, kind of like icy hot. So it's kind of cold but kind of hot, and your diaphragm's just like, this is really painful. What's going on? I hope I'm not injuring my internals, and I hope I don't wake up with a hernia or something weird in the diaphragm area here. So you're doing a breathe, filling the breath all the way through down deep, and then you're not pushing the air out. You're just opening your mouth and letting the air go out, and then filling it back in. Anyway, Wim Hof. Look on YouTube for a tutorial or a demonstration of that, and then I do that. So then I get to the space, and at that point, my diaphragm's already feeling icy hot. My stomach's already feeling like, boy, oh man, it'd be really great if he ate something. So all of these things are in my mental cognition space here. So I draw a picture on the first chart here, and I'm like, this is the date, April 21st. I put number 1 here. So then I immediately draw this hatchery thatchery. So I'm getting this image. That was the most pronounced specific image I got in my mind of this texture. It's like I write wicker basket, like a pattern tablecloth or a blanket or wool, something woven together. Now that I've thought about it, I realize, well, weaving spiders welcome. The cornucopia basket is a woven basket. So that's sort of the affiliation we have with Jim here. And then I'm seeing maybe like a goblet, maybe like a wine glass and like a picnic basket or something, like a romantic dinner date or something. I don't know. I just kind of let that pass. And then the next image is like rippling spring water, like crystal droplets of water, like cold, fresh glacier sort of water stuff. And then I'm getting the shape. There's this shape. It's like a triangle with like rounded corners. It's like a droplet, the shape of the round on the bottom, thin on the top, like a teardrop, but more like candy corn, like dry corn, like maize. So I'm writing all this down and like let it pass. The next thing I get is like this birdhouse. So like, is he feeding birds? Is he bird watching? And then I'm like, is he in his neighborhood walking? And then I'm drawing the candy corn shape. It's this triangle shape. And then I'm realizing the triangle shape is the same logo of Telegram, which is this Telegram logo shape. So I was seeing like this texture thing. But then the important thing is this directional cue on a compass pointing towards the northeast. But that's also the Telegram logo with the triangle pointing towards the northeast. So I'm like, I don't know if that has anything to do with Jim or me thinking about Weaving Spiders Welcome and our Telegram chat room. So I'm like, let those pass. Let those pass. Hello, voices. The third impression, starting on page 3, I'm getting like hatchet, metals, metal detectors, walking sticks, searching for something. Appeal, like an apple peel or like bark of a tree, or like a woodpecker had pecked at a tree, or like a beaver had scratched out something. So like peeling. But then I'm like, no, wait, it's there. The impression is bark, like a dog is barking. Is he at a dog park? Are there dogs in this area walking or picnicking or something with dogs barking? And then I get this whoosh, and there's a frisbee shape, like a bowl shape, like a frisbee. Someone had thrown a frisbee and a dog had bit into it with the barking bite of the frisbee of the dog. If you're just joining us, these are my impressions of a remote viewing exercise we did in which Jim went to an undisclosed location and we were remote viewing it. Amateurs, totally, never done this before, don't know anything about what to do. Now on page 3 of my impressions of a remote viewing thing, I get the whoosh of the frisbee, and I'm like, okay, there's a dog teeth biting into a frisbee, and there's a playful give and take, and then animal hairs, like fibers of animal dogs hairs. Maybe it's just beard hair, maybe something about a shedding of hair. And then I'm getting hungry again, and my stomach's growling, and Papa Potato pops into mind, like Papa Potato. And I'm like, is Jim at a family gathering? Is he with his father? I don't know. And then I hear buzzing and bees, and I see an empty
saying like Daddy
bell jar.
Potato.
Papa Potato. Papa Potato.
Papas fritas.
Papas
Yes.
fritas. Yeah.
See,
And then I draw the bell jar, like an empty bell jar. And I'm like, is there honey in there, or is there like berries,
Alan,
like a sweet berry wine?
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but cut your blur because we couldn't see shit.
Oh, you don't want to see. You don't want to see this.
Yes, I do.
So there's the bell jar. You see the bell jar there. And then
I
I
can't
draw.
see shit because you're blurred, brother.
I know
Come on,
that.
man,
Get
help me.
into the
Use your
get into
brain
the flow
horn.
state.
This is my first flow state, so
Okay, I'm on
Me
page
too, me
4.
this is my inaugural flow state.
I'm on
so-
page 4, and then I'm getting to the buzzing of the bees. So at this point, I think I'm so far out in left field, and I need to return to the first initial psychic impression.
Can I get
in
you
the
to
mind.
first base? Second. base, maybe.
Well, we're on fourth base, so this is the home
So it's
stretch.
home plate. All right.
This is where I'm trying to figure out, is Jim playing softball with Papa Potato? Coach Papa
Softball. We
Potato.
don't do softball here. We do baseball.
Okay. I
And
don't
we're
know.
sliding you into home, brother.
I think it was ultimate frisbee with dogs on the team. So then I get back to the original idea. The original impression was like Thatcher, hatchery, thicket, thick hedges, and then I get the thorns. So something thorns. So now we're getting back to the shape of the thorn, the triangle, the dog tooth, the candy corn shape. And I'm drawing like a vine, like a rose vine. Like there's something thicket, thick thatchery, something. And then that's like 6:55 p.m. Central Time for me. And then I'm getting like dog whining sounds, dog barking, sweet berry whining. Is a dog whining? Is there a sound of a dog whining, barking, biting? Is it like a black lab, a labradoodle, a Labrador whining, a Labrador retriever? Is it not fully grown? It's not an old dog, it's not a young dog, it's a teenage dog in training or something. I don't know. Is Papa Potato there with the dog? And then I'm back to page 5, and I'm writing more about frisbee, slobbering dogs, dog bite, dog tooth, Bluetooth, and I'm like, my phone slides off the bed, hits the floor, and I just kind of snap out of it. I'm like, oh, the remote viewing is over. Jim is at a situation where there's teeth and there's gears, so like there's holes between it that he's able to weaving into and out. There's a dog there, and he's outdoors. There's a river nearby, and that's where it ended, and I shared my impression.
Wow.
That was heavy.
Yeah. Those are some powerful Wim Hofs.
Haley, did
You
you
weren't wrong
remote view?
either.
No, I didn't. I was busy at the time when you guys did that.
Okay. Did Zeraloth, were you able to remote view?
You know what? I got completely lost in my own world. I didn't pay attention to anything, and I forgot
loved
that
it.
happened. I thought something was going on tonight involving it, because nobody hit me up, and I forgot about it. I'm so sorry.
Sure. It was such a last minute thing. I put a couple comments in the video. A lot of people hadn't even seen that 5 to 6 hour segment between hour 5 and hour 6 where we talked about remote viewing.
Because I feel bad because like I was here. I think I was being
No, it's
being
totally
encouraging. I was
fine.
dropping like help. Yeah.
Totally fine. We did it spur of the moment. Jim had a place to go, so we could do it, and those who are available to do it were able to participate. We will do it again. If anybody else is here on the Zoom call who has impressions to share, now is the time.
I just want to give a shout out to everybody that we crash course Jim on some Mastodon songs just before a little bit ago.
Good.
So he's now hip to Curl the Burl, and like Peace and Tranquility, like the new jam, and like also what was it? The High Road. He'd never seen the video for the High Road, which is quite possibly the most legendary video.
So Barsky, there's a woman with a badonkadonk in a hot
it's a
fever
twerk
pattern.
and it's amazing.
That connects to something really strange too. I've talked a lot.
They're from Atlanta, so it's like
hot Atlanta.
After all that Winhoff talk, we have to mention the music video for Steam Breather.
Oh, thank you, dude! Friggin' amazing. Yeah, I mean, we did Peace and Tranquility, so I wasn't gonna do like I was just breaking Jim in. I gotta get him with the brand. The brand
you don't want to get too meta on the cult
exactly
about the cult that you're in.
because we could do I mean I don't want to go full Crack the Sky on him yet, you know what I'm saying, like dude, because that's like the most legendary shit ever. So
But that's the best one.
what?
I said you didn't go into Crack the Sky, but that's the best one.
Oh, it is the best one. Thank you. I know. I mean, like Usurper, the Czar, like that. That's dude.
I saw them play the whole album front to back.
Thank you. I saw that tour. Saw that tour as well.
They
Saw
played the whole
Clutch.
movie for Crack the Sky while they played it. Oh.
Yep, amazing. Last time I saw him was I think Once More Around the Sun tour with Clutch, and then they're playing Saturday in Milwaukee here, so I'm thinking about going. But I've seen them so many times, it's like they're not good live to me anymore. You know, like the last time they were really good live was at the Aragon in Chicago in 2005. So that's that.
So I really don't listen to Best John. I haven't really gotten on that train. I'm probably in the same boat as Jim.
No. Well, Jim's full on board now. So
Oh, okay,
it's like
okay,
you cannot like we got you on all them witches. So I mean, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Rachel. You're all quizzing me on shit. I'm like, okay, I'm into it. So you've made me proud.
Good. Yeah. Did you even hear the new one from last month?
The new track? Yeah.
Yeah, you know they're
The
putting a new
Silver to
track out
Rust.
every month.
Yeah, Silver to Rust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that Steven, Recluse, and I, we literally walked backstage like some assholes, just like walked upstairs. We were like, oh yeah, what's up? I was like, let's just do this for fun, just because we can. Just like be total assholes and just walk upstairs and hung out with them for a second. We're like, yeah, we'll see you later. Really great show. Bye.
Nice.
Yeah. So it was funny. I hung out with Recluse last night, by the way. I'm sure he says hi and blesses all of you. He's still in town.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes. Jim, can you share some of the stuff of your location while we
Yes.
weave out of the remote viewing and kind of wrap that up in a nice little bow for people to see that there was impressions left in Spiders Welcome Web by other spiders who participated in the remote viewing. I'm sharing mine because I'm here, and now we're going to reveal what it was.
It was really cool how everybody had their own different unique impressions, but then every single one also had like added to the picture.
I'm also really salty that I missed this remote viewing thing because like this is totally right up my alley, and of course like I just fail, but that's okay.
We will
do it again.
Well, I'm super into it.
It was such a hit. It was amazing.
Sounds like
everybody was
hit.
so right on.
So
like feel good hit of the summer.
Yeah, if I may, I would say this circular thing does kind of look like a frisbee, and it does look like dog bit into it and left impressions all the way around the outside of the dog biting the frisbee.
Wow, that is. That is. That's all I got.
Right. I mean, it's a henge.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is the hatchery, the thatchery of the thorns and the bushes, creating a henge, like a hedge, a henge, a hedge.
Mm-hmm.
We need some hedge bustles. No, we need bustles.
The shape of the stone looked like almost like a fabric.
Yes.
I think. Was that
Just
one
want
of
to
your
shout out to
guesses?
Chance, by the way. What up, Chance? Good to see you in here, buddy.
We love you, Chance.
Oh, hey, what up, y'all?
What
Good
up?
to see you, man.
Decompressed in that vibrant. It was wild.
Word up.
This is an incredible view. The fabric is very interesting. If you have the close-up picture of the stones from the actual henge, and as soon as I saw the triangle flecks of the darker stones in there, I'm like, those are the candy corn I saw.
Interesting to note that there's a wind farm just over in whatever direction. That's
I noticed
that
that
was the whooshing. I was like the whoosh.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Where is this?
You know, also, like, you know, young people, if there's young people in the area, you know, like you may have caught this, maybe not then, but like residual timeline stuff. I mean, somebody could have been playing frisbee with their damn dog outside, just outside the area.
Yeah, there's a dog in the video. There's a couple
There were
sitting on a
dogs
blanket
there.
on the property here.
Right,
Martin
right.
asks, where is this location, Jim? Where is this? What is the name of it?
This is a Stonehenge replica it's just over the just over the river from the state of Oregon and the state of Washington,
Wow.
the Columbia River. It's in it's sort of near Goldendale, I guess. or Biggs is the town that's on the Oregon side. It's the Maryhill Museum is what it's sort of associated with, and this is a Stonehenge replica, of course, that they built, and they call it a World War II memorial.
Of course they do. I knew that. I fucking knew it. But Jim, I gotta ask, do you know how far approximately this would be from Tacoma? I know that's a really random off whatever, but I just need to know for personal.
It's probably
6 or 8 hours
or 4 hours.
I find it interesting that the only thing that they use to guide vehicle traffic at all is just stones that are in the way. It's very interesting, and it seems to work. It seems to work nicely. It's good geomancy, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So we can assume that it is proper to the equinoxes, right? Like
Yes,
equinoxes
yes.
and solstices,
Aligned.
everything lines up.
Proper alignment.
I have
Right.
a key. I'll show you when I get. I don't have the stuff on my computer, so I'm having to airdrop it.
And Sean, you said it was 6 hours from Tacoma, roughly?
Yeah, it's more than 4 hours from Tacoma. 'Cause you
I
have to come
think
all
it's
the
3
way.
or 4
Really?
because
I
Tacoma's
think it'd
Tacoma's 5 hours from where
Yeah.
I'm at, and it's 4 hours, 4.5 hours to Portland, and this is like right in between my house and Portland, pretty much.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a direct way to get there.
Well,
I think it's farther, Jim. You'd have to either go across the main pass or go across White's Pass to get there. So you'd be 6 hours in the car to get to.
I'm gonna
Junction.
send Robot out there. I'm gonna send Aaron.
I want to. I also want to remind people of something too. Often when we look at Stonehenge, we're looking at the ruins as they stand today. They were renovated to try and bring Stonehenge. They restored for the most part what was there, right? And there's documentation of the restoration process of the original Stonehenge, right? But a lot of people have used this as evidence to dismiss this in history. And like, I'm like a Tartaria guy, right? And I don't do things like dismiss that because because you can still see plenty of at least photographs of Stonehenge pre renovation. So it's certain that it is older than the renovation period. Because a lot of people are trying to say that a lot of the great stone wonders is practically plaster, at this point, the way they're arguing it, and it's insulting.
Yes.
For sure.
That would be very insulting.
Well, you look very insulted. I mean, look at you. You look angry. Calm down.
I'm an Aries. I have resting war face.
I love it. I love it.
Always angry.
That's his.
It's also the Scorpio
my-
ascendant, so I'm a little scary, and I get it.
Just
Yeah,
all
but what about me though? I'm an Aries. Do I have resting war face?
you have a Libra moon chance.
You hide it through costume change.
Look. Well, look. It could also be a Vedic thing. It could be an expression of your Vedic. Especially if it's your Ahura Lagna.
I think I've seen your
Those don't
resting
come out.
war face. I think I've seen your resting war face, Chance.
Martin's here.
So
Hey, yo.
it's sort of hard to see probably for you. They have these initials here. Midsummer Sunrise is Midsummer Sunrise would be over here. Someplace. Midsummer Sunset. I'll find that one. midsummer sunset. It's right in the middle. Right in the middle of here. Here's the heel stone. Heel stone points, it's the baseline, and it points straight to the altar. And the midwinter sunset is right in line with the heel stone. And it marks the midsummer sunrise, the midsummer sunset, midwinter sunrise, midwinter sunset, the midwinter moonrise, and the midwinter moonset, midsummer moonrise, midsummer moonset, and then the equinox sunrise and sunset. And there is also I think there's an eclipse marker. February 1979, solar eclipse. And this is the midsummer moonrise also. And
You sure it's World War II, bro? I thought it was World War I memorial.
they say it's a World War II memorial. They said that it was because these soldiers were over fighting in World War II, and they had a chance to go see the Stonehenge, and then they came back, and because they were so sad because all their friends died, they built this memorial.
Okay. It's been a long time
But-
since I read the plaque.
It's I think they were practitioners, and there's all these blocks here in the middle. They have plaques of men that were, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And then there's a down the hill. So like the river is right here in front of it. So north is kind of pointing this way. This is north. And on the south side of it, there is a tomb of a guy. And he was a pretty big deal, I think. They don't really mention much about him. And there's a path that comes out right here on the Bluestone Horseshoe, where it says Bluestone Horseshoe, right here between 12 and 13. And there's a path that goes down the hill. It's made very painstakingly by moving these huge flat stones. So there was a lot of love and care put into it. Probably the guy who, the head poobah. Anyway, I looked at all the plants around here, and right here where the solar eclipse marker was, right here, there was a mugwort plant, but nowhere else. Artemisia. We were talking about it on the weave the night before. I thought it was kind
Yeah,
of
because it's the
interesting.
dream plant. I've been taking a tincture that I got from Michelle's Healing Home. It's definitely
dream
doing
plant.
stuff. Nothing extreme yet, but
You know, you could
Same.
possibly use the henge layout to operate as a core to arrange a garden around and have things particularly cycled in certain ways.
Oh,
that
great
follow
idea.
that,
yeah, that would work.
you know?
And be
Hey.
sympathetic to the plants or the planets and the
Yeah. Plus you'd be
awesome.
plus it would be like a nature magic generator, if you will, because you've got it tuned in on the energy. If you understand the geomancy, you're going to at least be on a ley line. If you're super good, you'll be on an intersection of two ley lines. And if you're a master, then you've got a city, because all of our great major cities that are that spew the psychic field of the status quo of what we all consider to be reality. It comes from the city nodal centers. That's one of the main reasons why they like their obelisks, because they tap into the ether of the dragon lines, right? And this establishes their network. What's interesting about Florida being outside the Bermuda Triangle, you see, I believe that the Bermuda Triangle, maybe that's the fountain of youth, because I believe it might be the well of souls, which is why you retire and you die over there. And that's actually a good kind of quote unquote black magic ritual. Black because it involves death, but we're all gonna die. We, like I don't have to go through the spiel about we're all gonna die, right? So,
after reading Tracy's book, money grows on the tree of knowledge. I'm pretty sure the fountain of youth is actually the bathing in the blood of babies. Right.
Yeah, there's some dark stuff that does go on because people can do their rituals the way they want. We like to do rituals on solstices and moon cycles, and we talk about it here. We're open because we're not doing anything wrong, right? And we're explaining these funny things that used to get people burned at the stake, because there's a deeper conversation that can be expressed, and that's part of the healing of our ancestors that makes all of this kind of stuff, like deconstructing Stonehenge, some of the best gravy on the planet.
You think that what you're suggesting could have already been done to an extent, like, because druids worshipped in sacred groves. So it would make sense for it to be a garden sort of situation. Like, yes, it can do all these things with the solstice and the light and all that stuff, but it would make sense for them to have living things ready and available as gifts from the earth.
The druids seem to be a very, very pertinent clan that I think had benevolent intentions. I ultimately
too, not to interrupt you.
Right? To the point that it took the mythos of Saint Patrick to destroy it, and to make Saint Patrick like the patron saint of Ireland is a magical spell to seal out the snakes.
Aka the serpents.
The druids was something specific that was not your typical Celtic pagan, right? But they protected them. Maybe, like, I can say maybe to this, and I'm not saying that about any claims to the throne of England or anything like that, but the possibility is that they were almost like shadow kings for the people, and there was a good relationship between their magic and their belief system with the Tuatha De Danann.
Exactly.
In particular, right, for Ireland.
Well, and it seems like it would have been more of like a biblical comparison would be judges, where it's more like they are very prominent, but they are not. I mean, they are rulers, but they're not.
And that's
rulers.
where I'm going with it, right? Because people get really annoyed at the narratives of where somebody inserts a Nazi, where somebody inserts a Jew, or all these different things. Because there's a lot of people that like to stretch and contrivance, and I've been meditating on this for a long time as one who wants to be fair. And I don't even know, this isn't even a claim, but there's a lot of answers that can be established that can rule it out if it must. That perhaps at least maybe the tribe of Dan, maybe, or at least part, or somebody who was like an offshoot. It's like I don't hide my name from people, right? So I'll use me as an example. My last name is Purdy, P-U-R-D-Y. That's the family lineage name. There's a Purdy's, New York, that is of somewhere on my father's ancestry going back to the colonies. I got nothing. I got no claim on that whatsoever, right? I'm a complete offshoot. So if there's a conspiracy involving the Purdy family that comes up while I'm, say, rising as a name, the economy is based on trust. How many people you know, like you trust somebody, you go for their product based on that assumption of trust, right? Everybody gets a laugh out of the dude who's a meme now because he seals the boat with the tape. Is like, that's a lot of damage, right? And he's a complete hoot, and people laugh and they trust him, so his product is incredibly successful and he's a great meme.
We talking about Billy, what's his name, Billy whatever here with
the guy, he takes the
OxyContin.
chicken wire and he makes a boat out of it and all that shit with with the product he's pushing, right?
What's the name? Billy something?
I don't know. It's not important. What's important is that, like, now I will have that group that'll be like, yeah, and he's a Purdy, and a Purdy is a house of orange or something like that, and the house of orange are reptilians, blah, 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 and then I got to deal with that, and that'll be fun and funny for me when that happens.
It's always comedy.
Right, exactly. So the Druids might be something like that, showing up that way, because why wouldn't some of them want to migrate a whole damn bunch, right?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, nomadic peoples is nomadic peoples.
Gypsies gonna be gypsies
everywhere.
Speaking of Judges, so I just busted out the Bible, so I'm looking into some things here.
Oh, has anyone read the Bible on a Wednesday night yet?
No, thank you.
I could start.
Wednesday night Bible study. Weaving spiders.
We dropped many the Bible verse, but I don't think we've from the Bible.
What was that?
I can tell you.
Yeah, what was
verses,
that?
But I can't tell you where they're
That's
found.
some Quinn Michael
Sorry.
shit.
That was the FBI.
That was the Bible buzzer. I'm a Bible
I knew
quizzer.
it. I knew it.
I'm a Bible quizzer, so I
You're a
buzzed
Bible
in because I had
wizard.
The Bible
answer.
buzzer.
The answer is no one has read the Bible on a Wednesday night yet, and David Barcy is the first to do so. If he chooses to do so.
All right, so here we go. Judges.
Here we go.
Judges.
Strap in for this Old Testament here.
Yeah, here we go. Yep. Judges 6:14. We're going to start with Gideon destroys the altar of Baal.
Word.
Okay, this is verse 28. Books. Okay, so 6:28. So Gideon destroys the altar of Baal. When the men of the town rose early in the morning, behold, the altar of Baal was broken down, and the Asherah beside it was cut down, and the second bull was offered on the altar that had been built. Assuming that would be an Apis. And they said to one another, who has done this thing? And after they had searched and inquired, they said, Gideon, the son of Joash, has done this thing. Then the men of the town said to Joash, bring out your son, that he may die, for he has broken down the altar of Baal and cut down the Asherah beside it. Asherah, am I pronouncing that correctly? Bible wizard, Alan? I'll continue.
Yeah, it could be Asherah.
Asherah, okay. But Joash said to all who stood against him, will you contend for Baal, or will you save him? Whoever contends for him shall be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let him contend for himself, because his altar has been broken down. Therefore on that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, that is to say, let Baal contend against him, because he broke down his altar. Now all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people Amalekites, my fault. And the people of the east came together, and they crossed the Jordan and encamped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord clothed Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet, and the Abiezrites, were called out to follow him. And he sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, and they too were called out to follow him. And he sent messengers to Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they went up to meet him. So now we go on to the sign of the fleece. Then Gideon said to God, if you will save Israel by my hand, As you have said, behold, I am laying a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. If there is dew on the fleece alone, and it is dry on all the ground, then I shall know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you have said. And it was so. When he rose early the next morning and squeezed the fleece, he wrung enough dew from the fleece to fill a bowl with water. Then Gideon said to God, let not your anger burn against me. Let me speak just once more. Please let me test just once more with the fleece. Please let it be dry on the fleece only, and on all the ground let there be dew. And God did so that night, and it was dry on the fleece only, and on all the ground there was dew. So now we'll move on to 7, Gideon's 300 men. Then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the people who were with him rose early and encamped beside the spring of Harod. And the camp of Midian was north of them, by the hill of Moreh in the valley. The Lord said to Gideon, the people with you are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hand, lest Israel boast over me, saying, my own hand has saved me. Now therefore proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, whoever is fearful and trembling, let them return home and hurry away from Mount Gilead. Then 22,000, there's that number, of the people returned, and 10,000 remained. And the Lord said to Gideon, the people are still too many. Take them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. And any one of whom I say to you, this one shall go with you, and any one of whom I say to you, this one shall not go with you, shall not go. So he brought the people down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, everyone who laps the water with his tongue as a dog laps, you shall set by himself. Likewise, everyone who kneels down to drink. And the number of those who lapped, putting their hands to their mouths, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people knelt down to drink water. And the Lord said to Gideon, with the 300 men who lapped, I will save you, and give the Midianites into your hand, and let all the others go every man to his home. So the people took provisions in their hands and their trumpets. And he sent all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, but retained the 300 men. And the camp of Midian was below him in the valley. That same night the Lord said to him, arise, go down against the camp, for I have given it into your hand. But if you are afraid to go down to the camp with Purah, your servant. And you shall hear what they say, and afterward your hands shall be strengthened to go down against the camp. Then he went down with Purah, his servant, to the outposts of the armed men who were in the camp. And the Midianites and the Amalekites, and all the people of the east lay along the valley like locusts in abundance, and their camels were without number, as the sand that is on the seashore in abundance. When Gideon came, behold, a man was telling a dream to his comrade, and he said, behold, I dreamed a dream, and behold, a cake of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian, and came to the tent, and struck it, so that it fell and turned it upside down, so that the tent lay flat. And his comrade answered, this is no other than the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. God has given into his hand Midian and all the camp. As soon as Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, he worshipped. And he returned to the camp of Israel and said, arise, for the Lord has given the host of Midian into your hand. And he divided the 300 men into 3 companies and put trumpets into the hands of all of them, and empty jars with torches inside the jars. And he said to them, look at me, and do likewise. When I come to the outskirts of the camp, do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, I and all who are with me, then blow the trumpets also on every side of all the camp, and shout, for the Lord and for Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outskirts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, when they had just set the watch. And they blew the trumpets and smashed the jars that were in their hands. Then the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the jars. They held in their left hands the torches, and in their right hands the trumpets to blow. And they cried out, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." Every man stood in his place around the camp, and all the army ran. They cried out and fled. When they blew the 300 trumpets, the Lord set every man's sword against his comrade and against all the army. And the army fled as far as Bethshita toward Zerera, as far as the border of Abel Meholah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel were called out from Naphtali and from Asher and from all Manasseh, and they pursued after Midian. Gideon sent messengers throughout all the hill country of Ephraim, saying, "Come down against the Midianites and capture the waters against them, so far as Beth Barah and also the Jordan." So all the men of Ephraim were called out, and they captured the waters as far as Beth Barah and also the Jordan. And they captured the 2 princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and Zeeb they killed at the winepress of Zeeb. Then they pursued Midian, and they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeeb to Gideon across the Jordan. Then the men of Ephraim said to him, "What is this that you have done to us, not to call us when you went to fight against Midian?" And they accused him fiercely. And he said to them, "What have I done now in comparison with you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the grape harvest of Abiezer? God has given into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you?" Then their anger against him subsided when he said this. And Gideon came to the Jordan and crossed over, he and the 300 men who were with him, exhausted yet pursuing. So he said to the men of Succoth, "Please give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are exhausted, and I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." And the officials of Succoth said, "Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your army?" So Gideon said, "Well then, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, I will flail your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars." And from there they went up to Penuel and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered. And he said to the men of Penuel, "When I come again in peace, I will break down this tower." Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor with their army, about 15,000 men, all who were left of all the army of the people of the east, for there had fallen 120,000 men who drew the sword. And Gideon went up by the way of the tent dwellers east of Nobah and Jogbeha and attacked the army, for the army felt secure. And Zebah and Zalmunna fled, and he pursued them and captured the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and he threw all the army into a panic. Then Gideon, the son of Joash, returned from the battle by the ascent of Heres, and he captured a young man of Succoth and questioned him. And he wrote down for him the officials and elders of Succoth, 77 men. And he came to the men of Succoth and said, "Behold Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you taunted me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are exhausted?" And he took the elders of the city, and he took thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them taught the men of Succoth a lesson. And he broke down the tower of Penuel and killed the men of the city. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "Where are the men whom you killed at Tabor?" They answered, "As you are, so were they. Every one of them resembled the son of a king." And he said, They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had saved them alive, I would not kill you. So he said to Jether, his firstborn, rise and kill them. But the young man did not draw his sword, for he was afraid, because he was still a young man. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, rise yourself and fall upon us, for as the man is, so is his strength. And Gideon arose and killed Zebah and Zalmunna, and he took the crescent ornaments that were on the necks of their camels. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, rule over us, you and your son and your grandson also, for you have saved us from the hand of Midian. Gideon said to them, I will not rule over you, and my son will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. And Gideon said to them, let me make a request of you. Every one of you give me the earrings from his spoil. For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. And they answered, we will willingly give them. And they spread a cloak, and every man threw in it the earrings of his spoil. And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the crescent ornaments and the pendants and the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and besides the collars that were around the necks of their camels. And Gideon made an ephod of it and put it in his city, in Ophrah. Is that correct, Alan? Ophrah? I think so.
I think that's Oprah, like Oprah Winfrey.
Is it? Yeah, it looks like it.
Maybe.
Could be. Yeah, in Ophrah.
The ephod is interesting too. Is it EPHOD?
Yep.
Ephod?
Yep. Ephod. Yep. And all Israel whored after it, and that is WHORED, after it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and to his family. So Midian was subdued before the people of Israel, and they raised their heads no more. And the land had rest 40 years in the days of Gideon. I think I'll cut it.
The ephod thing is very interesting because there's certain people that wear aprons, and we do have apron designs for Weaving Spiders Welcome merch on the Redbubble.
I love you. I love your mind. Okay, I'm gonna finish this because this is 8. So this is the death of Gideon now. Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and lived in his own house. Now Gideon had 70 sons, his own offspring. Jeez, man. How many concubines? Sorry. For he had many wives, and his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son, and he called his name Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, died in a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father at Ophrah of the Abiezrites, whatever. As soon as Gideon died, the people of Israel turned again and whored after the Baals and made Baal-berith their god. And the people of Israel did not remember the Lord their God, who had delivered them from the hand of all of their enemies on every side. And they did not show steadfast love to the family of Jerubbaal, that is, Gideon, in return for all the good that he had done to Israel. And that wraps up Judges 8.
Orpah.
Ophrah.
Very nice.
Crazy.
Very nice.
I have a proposal. I have an interlinear scripture analyzer program, and I can do a reading from the Bible, and it'll show you the Hebrew or the Aramaic, the phonetic pronunciation of the Hebrew, and then the translation into English in the order that the sentence is said.
That is awesome.
Cool.
I'm actually, there's a whole bunch of stuff. This is the MacArthur Study Bible. This is pretty rad. So it's got like a bunch of different things in it, like to where I can, tons of different, like obviously I could have referenced tons of different things with like basically what you were just saying.
Yeah.
I've got people yelling in the background at me.
This should be working, right? You guys can see this?
Yeah, we see
Yes,
it.
sir.
Yeah. This is the ISA. I jumped over right to the beginning. Genesis 1:1 gives you a good example in the basic. Here's something very interesting that a lot of people don't know. This right here. This is Oth. These characters, Oth. And see, the U here means and, but you get a little arrow here. It's one of the only suffix or prefix. It's one of the only sounds in Hebrew that pops up, this ATH, Ath, without a English word associated with it. If I hit lex, goes to the lexicon. Can you guys see this bar on the right?
Yes.
So here it gives us, this is where you can go and you can dive right into the esoteric meaning of the Hebrew word from whatever sources are used for this
Could
program.
you go to the part of Judges that Barsky read about the ephod and then show us the
I could
Hebrew
do that.
with the ephod?
But
and
just in case,
I know Rachel has something to read too, so we'll move into that.
And because there's a high probability that Oth is there, let me just show you this real quick. So Oth, or Ayith, a parent contracted from this source in the demonstrative sense of entity, properly self, but generally used to point out more definitively the object of a verb or preposition, even or namely. And then the King James says, as such unrepresented in English, right? So that's kind of what's going on with Oth. It's fascinating. So give me the verse that I'm going to. Judges what?
Is this chapter 6, 7, 8, or 10? Barsky, are you still with us? Maybe he's out. Can you search for ephod?
Yeah, let me search for let me search for ephod. I can do that.
I had it open here.
So here's a search engine. So how do you spell ephod?
EPHOD.
All right. Okay, so we have ephod. Ephod shows up a lot in Exodus.
We're looking at Judges 8:27.
Oh, there it is. Judges 8:27.
And they prostituting in Ophrah in the city of Him.
All right. So
he's putting to ephod Gideon. There it is.
So
Orpha.
So yeah, so it says Gideon made an ephod of it and put it in the city of Ophrah, and there all Israel prostituted themselves after it, and it became a trap to Gideon and his household. That's
shout out to our Nigerian.
Ophrah is a house of prostitutes. I love it.
Shout out to our Nigerian.
So how that reads
already.
So how that reads, if you were to break down the literal meaning of the words, it sounds like this, and it kind of sounds like you're talking like a retard, but it makes sense. And he is making Oth him Gideon to ephod. See how Oth is popping up again? Oth into ephod, and he is putting Oth him in city of him in Ophrah, and they are prostituting all of Israel after him there, and he is becoming to Gideon and to the household of him to trap. So that's how that literally like reads in the meaning.
So can you move your mouse along with how you're reading it? Because if everyone's trying to read left to right, and Hebrew is read right to left.
That's right. And this is right to left, which is why you see fragmented these fragmented brackets of words, because you're reading it on the bottom left to right for just the meaning of that word. And so you have to block it back over. It's annoying, but yeah, I got used to it because I use this program often. I've made a few videos with this program.
There is another style of writing where it flows and it goes maybe left to right and then down, right to left, and then down, left to right, down. There's a word for that.
So here's Ophrah.
This is how I read manga, right? In my Japanese comic books, you got to go backwards unless they reflow them. but we're focusing on this word ephod here. And
So-
in chat, they were asking about the divinatory quality of it, or oracular quality. Is it an oracle? Is it functioning like a Ouija board, or something like that, or something to do with cell battery functionality? Is a question on the table for Alderson, Elsie King, those types of people.
Good questions. I don't have answers.
Because the FOD it's like a breastplate. It's a sleeveless garment, like a tabard. So it goes over your chest, goes over your back, wraps around, and then there may or may not be the chest plate that has the jewels in it.
Right. Okay. So the ephod or aphod, it's is aphod apparently is how it's pronounced. Rarely ophod. So probably a foreign derivation, a girdle, specifically the ephod or high priest's shoulder piece, also generally an image. So whatever shoulder ornamentation for the priest robes.
So it's like a graphic t-shirt, or like Weaving Spiders Welcome merchandise. Don't mind me, just Fawson.
Yeah, yeah. And Ophrah I thought was interesting too, so I lexiconed that. And it actually, on top of it being the name of a city in Israel, sometimes it kind of cheats and just says it's the name of a city, right? It's just like, you bastard, we're breaking this down. don't like it doesn't go all the way, but this is a great stepping stone to going to the next questions if it doesn't give you the best answer. But a female fawn. It's a feminine. It is a feminine word.
Female deer, rain,
yeah,
a drop of golden sun.
Yep. So, so that's effectively what it means. It's pronounced of raw, which is interesting, especially because that kind of invokes Ra.
Well, this invokes Snake Jones and his OnlyFarms account.
Anything else we want to look at?
I'm just going to sit with this. This is good information, and now the idea of the ephod being an image perhaps on a chest. Is it in this context of this verse implying that now Gideon made an ephod and put it in a city? Is this like a bulletin board, or like a billboard, or like a huge image of something? Did he paint a wall?
Right. Well, it says he made an ephod of it,
like an image of it. So he made he make a picture of it. Did he make a painting?
So is the previous verse going to give us the context on that?
Well, let's read the previous verse, and then the verse afterwards.
All right. So the previous verse says the weight of the gold pendants. So maybe the ephods are gold pendants, right? So that he requested came to 1,700 gold shekels, aside from the crescents and the drops and the purple cloaks that were on the kings of Midian, and aside from the necklaces on the necks of their camels. So the gold pendant goes around like the shoulders. It's like a decoration piece on it's like he's putting together a costume that maybe he's putting on a he might be putting this on a an effigy. I don't know. Seems like he's doing some sort of totemic magic. Let's see. They responded, we should give you a spread out piece of raiment. Right. Okay. So they responded, we should.
What is a raiment?
Yeah, so they spread out a piece of raiment, and every man flung onto it a pendant of his loot.
Are they gambling at a casino?
Let's see.
Splitting up riches from the conquered city.
Each of you a pendant from his loot, for they had.
No, he demanded to give all the earrings, and they threw down a cloak and flung all the earrings into it to pay him.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, why are they paying him though? Like, is Gideon a prophet? He's a judge? Is the situation,
Well,
right?
He just killed everybody else, and they were paying him to not die. I thought
That's pretty standard practice for the times. Give us money and we'll leave.
Like a gangster, like mob, like a mob payment.
He read that they.
I mean, kill to the Romans.
To him. They swore fealty to him, so I think they might have willingly given up the earrings as a sign of their fealty, because their earrings were symbolic of their culture, so that it was a high sign of them being willing to submit. If we go back to what Barsky, if you read the whole thing again, but I mean that would be a lot. So.
He, so they submitted to this thing.
It's like a genuflection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this sense that the ephod is worn like a tabard, so they have the layer of it, and then they wear the breastplate of the priest with the stone jewels, the precious stones. And then the comments in chat are saying from Atheist United that it looks like a brick phone, like a cell phone, like you could dial a tone or somehow use this device in an oracular divinatory method to talk to God, ET phone home, contacting an extraterrestrial alien God, Yahweh, Jehovah, YHVH or something, Metatron, an angel. Who are they talking to? Is it, I don't know. It's an interesting technology. Can we get a Nigerian to tell us more about the prostitution in the city of Oprah and Harpo Studios?
Hey, did Martin take off?
Yeah, Martin was getting tired, getting sleepy, long day.
It seems like what this is. So hold on, like I think that it's a piece of clothing that they're just wearing.
Yes,
right.
That's the ephod is this. It's a piece of clothing without sleeves, so they wear it over their clothing. It's like a tabard. It's a garment without sleeves.
Right. And each one of them dons a pendant.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of them dons this pendant. I'm thinking to myself, this is some sort of uniform magic.
Yeah.
This is about creating a uniform. I think to myself, like police uniforms.
Yes.
So this is a judge being like a sheriff and deputizing people as his as his eyes of justice on the ground situation, right? So this is the spiritual establishment of the order of a police state. Because once you've adorned those things, the will of God is at your back.
Oh shit.
Wow, yeah, it's the military order, the police state, military police.
Yeah, Jehovah's a fucking war god.
He's
a Saturnian war god. He's one of he's one of the big. It's just like, in the pagan world, he would not be such a big deal, but because somebody shoved him on the throne of the earth, we now have problems.
Wow. It's like the beat cops going after the prostitutes and enforcing God's law after they conquered this place.
And the interesting
military occupation.
The interesting thing is, one of the problems the Bible has is that it'll spend one verse explaining itself as morally justified by giving one specific example of how bad it was. That then rationalizes the course of action of the shedding of blood for being an affront to all that is good, true, and beautiful.
Which is what they do now.
I did a breakdown. I did a whole video using this program, talking about which one was it? Ezekiel. That's Ezekiel like goes and like kind of screws up Jerusalem on God's behalf. Like you get the wheels within wheels thing. That's because one of those classic seraphim angels or whatever with the eyes and all that stuff was there and present.
We included that
Right.
art in the
And
introduction.
I didn't focus on that. And
Saturday.
the thing is that I didn't focus on that part of it at all.
Right.
I wanted to understand why God ordered him to kill babies, wee ones, the little ones. And I double checked the definition with this program. It definitely means prepubescent child, to be slaughtered because of the sin they were in. Okay? And it's a horrifying and I was like, whoa, let's find out if this is as bad as it looks. Right? Because this is what people that go crazy on their anti-biblicalisms and become retarded little Satanists and things. They love to play on that shit alone. And you have to scour back like a chapter and a half to find the part where it said something about how there was like, small children were killing people in the streets or something close enough where it's just like I almost don't want to believe you because it was, I missed it on the first pass. That, you usually want to play up your case for genocide, right?
Right. So my Precious Moments Bible didn't include the stories of the Old Testament that are just a little not so precious, shall we say. They like the stories of Noah and the ark and the rainbow.
Yeah.
And then they don't talk about all the bloodshed and the wars and the fighting and
well, it's glossed over. The translations are written in such a way that it's like, oh, casual genocide. Oh, the Lord said it was fine. Like that's the way that it reads. And only, biblical scholars, and as you get older, you start to, the more you read it, you're like, whoa.
And the more that you can believe the fairy tale of how morally debased something was and was also having a habit of spreading that morality from its city center into the world, the easier it is for you to just close your heart to it and be a monster and turn a blind eye. Even though at least the way Christians seem to understand the whole situation, that is a guilt that you have to carry on your soul and make penance for or ask forgiveness for or something, right? Because that's supposed to be a weight on your chest. And that's the cognitive dissonance, right?
The weight on your chest is the breastplate that you put over the ephod.
And Rome wanted it there. Rome wanted to have a terrifying master father, because sitting there and worshiping like Jupiter and stuff was not enough to control the.
Is this the patriarchy they warned us about?
Yeah,
patriarchy that we're fighting against.
Yeah.
The
people,
biblical patriarchs. That's the idea of the patriarchs from the biblical patriarchs.
Yeah,
that's the patriarchy. We're still fighting against it on Twitter, and now the patriarch, Papa Potato, Elon Musk from South Africa, is taking over Twitter. So,
right.
Wow, Rachel, you got something to read there?
I got a couple things. I can read More September,
Chris,
or I can read something about the Tuatha De Danann. I can read my favorite story, but whatever you guys want to read, I can do.
What's gonna weave into the conversation here?
I was just gonna compare and contrast.
I have my vote. I want to hear
I
about
vote for September.
There you have it, folks.
You know it'll weave in. You know it will.
Oh, I know it will. Everything always weaves in. Okay, let me
weave in, weave out, weave in, weave in.
Can that be your next Dad Rock song? Because that was epic.
Now I'm lost to oblivion.
Oh my goodness. All right, are you guys ready for chapter 8?
Yes.
Ready.
Let's see. Oh wait, no, we're on 9. Somehow this got back because September was in the theater and the Marquess was talking to her through the screen. Now we're on 9. An audience with the Marquess, in which September meets the Marquess at last, argues several valid points, but is pressed into royal service anyway, being consoled only by the acquisition of a spoon and a new pair of shoes. Somewhere under all those brambles, there was probably a building, a palace even. Certainly September could make out towers, a portcullis, and even a moat of floating golden flowers. Not golden in the darling little way folk in our world call buttercups or certain girls' hair golden. These flowers were genuinely gold, burnished, glowing, and deep. Yet they were soft. A pleasant wind crinkled their petals as they drifted along on a lazy current, spinning and gently colliding. But the briars tangled up everything else. Great vines, thicker than September herself, whose thorns were awfully sharp and angry looking. They braided each other, ran up and down the walls, snarled in great knots. Here and there were clutches of pale gold berries, their skins so thin that September could see the juice sloshing inside them. But neither she nor the Waverary could glimpse even an inch of masonry. It was as though the Briery had just grown that way and had never been any different. No guards flanked the door, if there was a door. Large flowers bloomed aggressively through an arch in brambles in a sort of door-like fashion. Their centers were clotted with glistening pollen. September reached out her hand to touch one, and A through L cried out a wordless warning. But the flower simply soaked her hand in pollen and closed its petals over her fingers, searching and suckling with its silk blossom. Satisfied, it wrinkled away and aside to allow September to duck into a hall hung with dim, sun-dappled shadows. The flowers drew closed again sharply, keeping the Waverary outside. A through L bellowed, and the bellowing of a wyvern is terrible to hear. He struck the flower, and it remained, tough and unyielding as bronze. The brambles withered a little as if in silent, viney laughter. September walked through the grand hall, trying not to make noise in the beautiful polished floor. A giant heart-shaped double staircase ran up to the back of the windows. There was a neat rack on which to place one's shoes and umbrellas. A kind of light drifted in between the bramble vines, falling on a grandiosely framed painting of a tall, lovely woman with long golden hair tied back with a velvet bow. Her hand rested on a leopard's head, and in the other she held a simple wooden hunter's bow. She wore an ivory crown and a smile so wide and kind, September felt she could love that lady all the days of her life and never feel cheated, even if the lady looked twice at such a poor, shabby soul as September. In the painting, she seemed to glow. That is what a grown-up looks like, thought September. Not like the grown-ups in my world who look sad and disappointed and grimy with work and bored with everything. What did the storybook say? In the fullness of her strength. Did you come all the way here with only one shoe? Came a sweet, wandering voice. September whirled away from the painting. In the center of the heart-shaped staircase sat a little girl, holding her chin in her hands. She had thick, cherry purple hair that hung in old-fashioned sausage curls to her shoulders, and that magnificent, terrible hat poised on her head like a cake tipping to one side. The hat was black, September could see now, as she had guessed when this child had shaken hands with the bear on screen. The feathers shone blue and green and red and cream-colored. The jewels glittered dark and violet. Next to her, a huge panther purred languidly and watched September out of one eye. That must have been just awfully painful, the child simpered. How brave of you. The Marquess ran one hand luxuriously along the panther's spine, winding her fingers in its fur, and drew up a pair of exquisite black shoes, like September's, if September's shoes had grown up, if she had grown up, gone to a great many balls and theatrical to-dos and found a dashing mate. They had little heels and black crystal lilies on the toes, with bits of ribbon looping and whirling around, speckled with garnets and tiny black pearls. She held them out to September, whose bare foot truthfully ached and throbbed with cold and blisters. She wanted to take them, she did, but taking gifts from wicked queens, even if they are called marquesses, even if they are very pretty children not big enough to hurt anyone, is a dangerous business, and September knew it. She shook her head with much sadness. The shoes were so beautiful. I'm only trying to help you, child, said the little girl. She set the shoes gently on the gleaming floor and ran her hand along the cat's spine again. This time, the Marquess drew up a silver plate piled high with wet red cherries, a wedge of black cake crusted with sugar, swollen raspberries and strawberries, several lumps of dark, dusty chocolate, and a tall goblet of steaming hot cider. You must be so hungry. You've come so far. September swallowed. Her throat was dry, her stomach empty, but this was certainly fairy food, the worst kind, the kind that never let you go, even if you tasted it once. Is that Queen Mallow? She said instead, nodding towards the portrait and forcing her voice to be friendly. The Marquess looked up at the great painting and scowled. Her curls shivered and went deep blue, the color of the sea. She sighed and snapped her fingers. The rich plate disappeared. You would think that the new management would have the right to redecorate, but some magic never bends, not even if you tear at it with your own teeth. No matter how I tear, the portrait stays. She was never that beautiful, though. The painter must have been a loyalist. The Marquess turned away from Queen Mallow's sweet gaze and focused on September again. She smiled. But she is dead, my child. I promise you that. Dead as autumn and last year's apple jam. But we haven't come all this way to dish gossip about ancient history. Have you been enjoying Fairyland, September? How do you know my name? You filed papers, of course. You have a visa. What in the world do you think all that's for, if not to make certain that I know everything? September didn't say anything. Well, I do hope that everyone's been nice to you and hospitable in every way they can think of. It's important to me, September, that you're treated well. Oh, yes, everyone's been terribly helpful and kind, except the Glashton, I suppose. I had heard that fairies were nasty and tricky and cruel, but they're not really. Not really. Oh, said the Marquess with arch amusement. She stroked the panther with her small hands. Her fingers were covered in jeweled rings. But they are truly September, just the worst sort of folk. You'd never believe how wicked. They're nice because I make them nice, because I punish them if they're not nice, because I put them on the green list if they're not nice. Before I came, Fairyland was a dangerous place, full of brownies spoiling milk and giants stomping on whomever they pleased, and trolls telling awful punning riddles. I fixed all that, September. Do you have any idea how difficult it was to invent bureaucracy in a world that didn't even know what a ledger was? To earn their submission, even to the point of having their wings locked down? But I did it. I fixed it for children like you, so that you could be here safe and have lovely adventures with no one troubling you and trying to steal your soul away. I do hope you didn't think you had charmed them all with your sparkling personality, child. Why do you keep calling me child? You're no older than I am. Really, September, you're going to have to be a bit more discerning than that if you expect to get along here. I suppose I shouldn't expect any better from a Midwesterner. They teach you such frightful things about the world. The Marquise paused. The tips of her hair grew silver and shining. Do you like my panther? He's called Iago. I love him very much, and he loves me. I used to have a leopard, but she ran off some time ago. Couldn't change with the times, I suppose. The Marquess nodded towards the portrait of Queen Mallow, whose hand still rested on a leopard's head. That sort of thing is so tragic, don't you think? I do so prize adaptability. The panther Iago growled at the mention of his predecessor. Could she mean my leopard? Thought September. The leopard of Little Breezes? She did not like to think of the Marquess riding her leopard, even for a little while. Cats are temperamental, offered September softly. I have heard that you have lions, too. Too true, cried the Marquess, her hair wholly silver now, gleaming like true metal. On both accounts, leopards sleep a great deal, for it's from their dreams that their strength chiefly comes. They are closeted in their chambers, snoozing away on lacy coverlets. Now, I believe you wanted to steal a spoon from me. September bit the inside of her lip. This was not precisely how she had thought her adventure would go. How could she be brave for the sake of the witch Goodbye if she were found out before she could even try? Don't be ashamed, my love. I would not be a very good Marquess if I could not tell when troublesome little ravished children are incoming with poor intentions towards me and my belongings. After all, the ravished are always trouble. Any ruler of fairyland must learn to watch out for them particularly, as they have a nasty habit of dethroning one and undoing decades of hard work. But, Miss Marquess, the spoon is not one of your belongings. You took it from the witch Goodbye. That's stealing. So it's not really very wicked of me at all to want to steal it back. Stealing things back is hardly stealing at all. The Marquess cocked her head to one side and smiled. Somehow her smile was worse than her frown. The panther licked its black paws nonchalantly. Is that what she told you? That I stole it? What a dreadful misunderstanding. I shall have her to tea immediately to apologize. You must appreciate my position, September. I was under the impression that all things in my realm belonged to me, and Goodbye was under the impression that good Queen Mallow would arrive at any moment to save her. You can see how things got terribly confused. Where? September cleared her throat. Her hands shook. Where I come from, if a person has a spoon, no one can come and take it just because they're the governor or something. I think that's very naive of you, September. The Marquess put her finger on her delicate chin, as if an extraordinary idea had just occurred to her. Tell me, what does your father do? September felt her face flush. Well, he was a teacher, but now he's a soldier. Oh, Iago, did you hear that? You mean to say that one day the governor or something came and took your father, even though you were quite sure he was yours and yours alone? Well, that is certainly different. A father is nowhere near as valuable as a spoon. I can see why you prefer your sensible, logical world. Well, they didn't kill anyone in the process. No, September. They wait until little girls like you are out of sight first. War must always be done out of sight, or it shocks people and they stop immediately. The Marquess' hair slowly deepened to the color of blood. September squeezed back tears. Why did you kill Goodbye and Hello's brother? She cried wretchedly. Because, child, they were not nice. They defied me, but I do not wish to talk about them or anyone else dead and therefore not useful. We're speaking of your parents. I do wish children could pay attention. Her voice got very hard all of a sudden, no longer bright and full of tea time conversation, but keen and deadly interested. What about your mother, September? She builds engines. September did not think she ought to mention airplanes in fairyland. Visions of fleets of bombers belonging to the Marquess flooded her mind. The Marquess stood suddenly. She was wearing a short blackberry-colored dress with violet stockings, all lace and stiff magenta petticoats. She rushed down the stairs to stare September directly in the eye. They were precisely the same height. The Marquess' blue eyes were full of interest. The panther slowly descended the stairs behind her, unconcerned. What if I told you that I would give you the spoon, that thievery need never be mentioned between us? You can take it back to Goodbye and her silly sister, or use it to stir soups of your own whenever you like. The Marquess was very close as kissing. She smelled like beautiful, dying flowers. I can be nice, September, she whispered. It is only right that I behave as I require my people to behave. I can help you and pet you and give you lovely presents. I can be a faithful guide. September felt very much as she had when Goodbye had tried to convince her to be a witch. But there was no glamour. The Marquess was not a witch. It was only that she was so terribly strong and so terribly close. But not for nothing, September whispered. Never for nothing. Never for nothing. The Marquess waved back and forth like a snake charmer. But it is such a little thing, and such fun to get, that I'm sure you will leap at the chance. You want to have fun, don't you? And marvelous adventures? That's why you came to Fairyland, isn't it? To have adventures? Yes? Well, what is the use of ruling Fairyland if one cannot make little children happy? There's a place, September, oh, very far from pandemonium, a place where it is always autumn, where there is always cider and pumpkin pie, where leaves are always orange, and fresh cut wood is always burning, and it is always, just always, Halloween. Doesn't that sound splendid, September? Yes. And in that place is a thing I need, closed up in a glass casket in the heart of the worsted wood. But the green wind said the worsted wood was forbidden. Government has its privileges. He said it was dangerous. Posh! What is he now? He is not allowed here, and never will be, whatever he told you. The worsted wood is just wood, no more or less dangerous than any other wood. If there are raving beasts, well, they have every right to live and eat, don't they? If there are spells, they have every right to weave. All you must do is go there and eat candy and have a wonderful time with the Spriggans and jump in leaf piles and dance in the moonlight. And before you leave, with a full belly and the first whisper of snow blowing through your hair, open the casket and bring me whatever it is you find there. Even if it's ridiculous, even if it seems useless and small. That isn't so much to ask, is it? In exchange for a spoon that tells the future? What is in the casket? That's none of your worry, beautiful child. Your pretty head needn't trouble itself with that. September bit the inside of her cheek, but the Marquess was so close. She tried to think of the green wind, of his pleasant green smell and the clouds whisking by as they flew over a westerly. She felt calmer, a little calmer, not terribly much calmer. What? Why can't you get it yourself? You can go anywhere. The Marquess rolled her bright blue eyes. If you must know, it's a cranky casket, and if I were to go, well, let us say, it would not give me the same gift it would give you, who are innocent and sweet and gentle of spirit. I'm ill-tempered and irascible. Now, who told you that? The Marquess caressed September's face softly. Her hand was hot like fire. September flinched beneath her blazing touch. How rude of them. You are quite the sweetest child I've ever met. I can't. I just can't do what you want unless I know what it is. Everyone's afraid of you, and when folk are afraid of a person, it usually means that person is cruel in some way. And I think you are cruel, Miss Marquess, but please don't punish me for saying it. I think you know you're cruel, and I think you like being cruel. And I think calling you cruel is the same as calling someone else kind. And I don't want to run errands for someone cruel. I'll never be cruel to you, September. You remind me so much of myself. I don't know why you would say something like that when you're a Marquess and I'm a nobody. And no one anywhere is afraid of me, September said, and really it was quite brave of her. Still, I can't. September blinked several times, trying to clear her head. In her pocket, she clutched the glass ball that the green wind had given her. Unless you tell me the truth, she said as firmly as she could, and give me the spoon now, not later, when I've returned. The Marquess looked at September appraisingly. Her blood-colored hair was slowly lightening to a gentle pink, like candy floss. How strong you are, child. You must have eaten your spinach and Brussels sprouts, all up and drank your milk once upon a time. Now let us think. What would a beautiful monarch send you for? Oh, I know. The glass casket contains a magical sword. It is so powerful that it doesn't have a name. It is no spoiled, painted, dilettante, like, is that how you say it? Like Excalibur or Durandal. Naming a sword like this one would only cheapen it and make it tawdry. But the casket is also old and also opinionated, and were I to stand in the forest and cut its fastenings, well, it would not give me the true sword. But you would use it to kill more witches' brothers, I think. September, I swear to you, here and now, in the presence of Iago, Queen Mallow, and your single solitary shoe, that I will never use that sword to harm a soul. Little unpleasantries are necessary when one rules wicked, trickstery folk, but I would not soil such a sword by using it for simple, everyday murdering. I intend something much grander. September wanted to ask. She burned to ask. Ah, but that I will not tell you, little one. You are not ready to know. And loose lips sink glorious new worlds. Fairyland is still so beautiful for you. You would not believe me if I told you how sour it can go. Suffice it to say that I shall find the source of this sourness, and with the blade of the sword you bring me, I will cut it out. Will you get it for me? Will you take Goodbye's spoon and go to the autumn province in my name? September thought of the poor, angry, lost witches peering into their cauldron while the sea pounded away. She thought of the werewolf and his kindness to her. She thought of her Waverary and his chafed locked wings. No, she squeaked. Blood beat against her brow. She felt dizzy. I will do nothing in your name. The Marquise shrugged. She bent and kissed the panther's ears. Well, then I shall have you deluded. Ridiculous. I'll have your deluded, ridiculous, cut-rate dragon rendered into glue and perfume, No! Iago growled softly. The Marquess seized September's hand and crushed her fingers in her burning grip. I think that's just about enough nose out of you, young lady, she hissed. Who do you think you are talking to? Some country witch? I do not ask favors. I do not beg indulgences from spoiled brats. Only occasionally do I make bargains. I offered you a good one, a fair one. If you do not want to play fair, you cannot expect me to. Iago, go and fetch the wyvern. No, please don't. I'll go. Just as long as you promise it's not for hurting anyone. The Marquess' hair flushed with pleasure, turning a deep, pumpkiny orange, just September's favorite shade. She pressed September's hand to her lips, but still she squeezed it painfully. I just knew we'd be friends, she crooned. Now that you've stopped being stubborn, let's get that bedraggled old shoe off of you. Numbly, automatically, September let the Marquess toss away her loyal, honest Mary Jane and slip the black, beribboned shoes onto her feet. They fit perfectly. Of course they fit perfectly. Patting her arm, the Marquess led her to the door of the Briery. September suddenly realized that she had seen nothing at all of the house, knew nothing of the Marquess' powers, knew little more than when she had arrived. She had been handled, and with ease. Still, she whispered her one small defiance, I'll take the spoon now. Of course, I can be so reasonable when I'm obeyed. The Marquess stroked Iago again. The panther arched his back, relishing her hand. She drew up a long wooden spoon, much stained, its handle wrapped in leather. September took it and stuck it through the sash of the green smoking jacket. The Marquess stood on her toes and kissed September's forehead. Her lips alone were cold. When she pulled away, her hair was a deep, dark green. Iago will show you out. When we meet again, things between us will have progressed very far, I think. Iago took September's mashed hand gently in his mouth and tugged her towards the flower door. Safe travels, September, called the Marquess brightly. She smiled again from the bottom of the heart-shaped stare, the sweetest smile September had ever seen on a child. And if you do not bring my sword in 7 nights' time, I shall have that spoon back and your head on a thorn in my garden. That's the end of 9.
Goddamn. What a rotten child.
Fairy queens. Man.
Desperately needs a hard spanking.
A whooping.
That was awesome. Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, you're welcome. At least she's orderly, right?
Yeah.
About the only thing you can say about any bureaucrat. Boy, you sure have everything organized in a linear fashion, don't you?
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? It's a shame
You
none of
did
it
it.
goes together and it doesn't mean anything, but congratulations. I'm amazed how far you stretched your arm to pat yourself on the back. I also praise you. You're here. Good job.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, it really is a great book. And I do like that the author is not afraid to imply really horrible things like turning the poor wyvern into glue and perfume. Which part smells good inside the poor creature? That's terrible.
Yeah.
I just pictured that scene from the classic SpongeBob episode when him and Miss SpongeBob and Patrick has to become crew members on the Flying Dutchman, and they're trying to escape, and they go through the boutique that's in the ship, and it's like a bunch, like a perfume stand, and they were like wearing gas masks trying to cut through the perfume boutique.
Vaguely remember that. Oh my gosh, it's been so long.
Yeah, I don't know that I remember all of it. That's pretty funny.
That's funny though. Gas mask through the boutique. That's how I feel in the mall. You know, when they're
or the
spraying.
airport where they trap you in a gauntlet of perfume.
Yeah,
gauntlet.
Spray here. Smell my bunch of chemicals. I'm gonna forcefully spray in your air.
Like right in front of you when you're walking through.
Yeah.
Just talking about that somewhere.
So you have no choice than to inhale it. What if they was like
where I worked did that? Sorry, Chris.
I was gonna say, what if they were like spies or something like that? Like that would be a good cover. If he was trying to like infect somebody with an airborne thing. If he was like a type of spy, that would be a good cover.
I think Chris would be the most perfect spy.
It's offensive to me. Some of those smells make me like sneeze.
Oh, it's offensive to me too. I totally get that. So, since I have the mic right now, I wanted to say I did some more digging on the inspiration for SpaceX thing. And they had a contest so you could donate so they could raise money because that's what they need, money.
Right.
And one of the winning things was an NFT song. It was the first NFT song to be played in space, right? And the song was Time in Disguise by Kings of Leon off their album When You See Yourself. So Time in Disguise by Kings of Leon playing in space.
What a scam.
Yeah, it's like they couldn't pack it anymore full of this is all stupid and fake symbolism. Like they used all of the this is stupid and fake symbolism they had. Like they emptied the whole ice cream truck.
Time is money, and it's money in disguise. And they're hiding the fact that they're stealing it from you. I would think.
Wow, that as soon as I saw that, I was like, I can't believe this is so obvious.
Yeah, I do admire the way that they managed to get people to fall asleep under the most rudimentary and stupid spells, and somehow it's either a rule or they manage to also make it the most offensive thing to people who are awake at the same time. It's almost always consistent that like they can't have everyone under some big, dumb, unbelievably stupid, horrible spell and not have it be also that people like us are like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm turning off all media for the rest of my life. This is so stupid. I hate you.
Wow.
That's exactly true.
Yeah, maybe that's their plan. They're like, we'll just get them to not watch us.
Yeah, that might be it. I do fall back. My brain likes to fall back on the idea that there's some level of benevolence. Not that the people, not that the human beings involved are in any way benevolent. I can't believe that because they seem so banal and so Philistine and so stupid that I can't, their hearts would have to wake up and then spend a long time actually developing back into hearts. But that whatever creatures, invisible things are involved, like that there's some greater purpose to all of this. The gentleman with the spaceship that was just on Chance's show was talking about it effectively, and he told some personal testimony, some stories about horrible tragedies that he'd suffered that were a really good example of how the world had worked in the worst possible way to bring him to the best possible place, including losing his house in a fire, losing the woman that he loves to death. And I mean, it was terrible, but so there is some part of me that does lean on that. Like, no matter how bad things get, it's for our eternal benefit, I guess.
Yeah.
great pain to heal. And
exactly.
Yeah, that's why they chose Hillary Clinton.
Yeah,
it's a
pain
cleaning
is
process.
love, and love is pain. You know, it's that whole thing. You got to have a heart to feel heartache. Like,
it's true.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why, like, the people they sent up in space was doctors, but they all worked for what's that called? Was it Saint? What is it? The Children's Hospital for cancer.
Jude.
Yeah, St. Jude. So it's like, oh, these are everyday Joes, but they're also really good people because they save children. So you want to feel sympathy and be like, that's awesome. They get to do this thing.
Right. They cured so much cancer. They deserve it.
Yeah.
Oh, look at them go.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I also, when we talk about things like movies and what they encode, I don't give full credit to the directors, because I think maybe this wasn't so as much in the past when you have like Kubrick and people like them who tell us, yeah, we're into the occult and we're trying to put the symbolism in. But when it comes to like more modern directors like James Cameron and J.J. Abrams, I think it's they're either channeling by accident or they're fully controlled by something. So either way they're unaware.
I agree.
I don't think they're as smart as some of the older directors.
Yeah, you can't really compare these guys to the old school directors, in my opinion. And even those old school directors, I would say they may have been to some degree in the know, but everyone knows how it is if you get involved with letting some egregore or some spirit lead or guide you, even if you're just playing rock and roll or being obsessed with allowing the muse to guide you. You're far underwater and far, far away from being able to claim ownership. You're just a medium, even if you don't like it. But being aware that you're giving yourself up to mediumship is a far cry from being, someone like M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong keeps making the same dumb gotcha movie over and over again.
I still have a bit of spite because they use M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong, as you say, to ruin the pureness in a way of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Because as much as I love that series, they butchered the live action film. I mean, it was just an insult to the fans. Like, I remember seeing the teaser and trailer, and it was like next summer. And my birthday is the summer birthday, so like that was my family thing. For my birthday, my whole entire family would go see a movie together. So it was like, oh, next summer I get to see the live action The Last Airbender. That's gonna be so cool to see on the big screen. Because the teaser didn't look that bad, because it was just Aang in a cave doing airbending.
Right, I remember that.
And so it had hope, like because it was super vague. And then a year went by, and I was actually grounded the week of my birthday. Because I got into
I want to hear that story, but I won't cry.
I got into an argument with my grandpa.
Oh, okay.
We butted heads, and so I was grounded. So I wasn't able to see it in theaters. And then I tried to wait for it to come out to DVD. So I went to Walmart with my mom and bought it like the day it came out. And I got home from, like school and grocery shopping and all that. And I went to watch it finally. I was like, finally, I get to see this movie. And at the time, I didn't have a phone, or I didn't have access to the internet right away, so I didn't get to see people's reviews of it. So I didn't know everyone just hated it. Like it was, I didn't know it's like this awful thing yet. So after all this time, all this build up, I sat down in my room and watched it, and it was so horrible. I was left speechless. I didn't know what to say. I sat there, and as the credits rolled and my TV went black, and I was still sitting there like, what did I just watch? It was the ultimate middle finger to something that I cherish so much.
Yeah, that sucks.
So yeah, ever since then,
it's a great story though. Thank you for telling us the whole story, because that's a nightmare that these younger kids will never know, not realizing that they're waiting and putting all their hopes and attachments in something that's going to destroy them in the future, and there's no way for them to find out in advance. No hint that they're going to be their loves and their dreams are going to be dashed to pieces. They're all protected now.
Yeah, you don't get like people on YouTube that are like, where you get your favorite movie reviewers that you return to on every upload they put on YouTube.
And you don't, you might try to avoid the spoilers, but if there's no spoilers at all, it's very different.
Yeah. And so you get a sense, you don't get people ranting on social media about Sonic the Hedgehog having a nightmarish face, so they change it,
Oh man, when I saw the trailer for Sonic, I was like, oh man, they're just trying to get everybody's goat. So I saw it as like you guys are doing this on purpose. You have to be. There's no way you could get Sonic this wrong.
Oh, I honestly think they had the correct version, what they turned it into, already made. I don't think it was like this big fan movement to like correct.
No, I think you're right.
I think it was just a advertisement to get like the hype around the film.
I think you're probably right. That's smart.
Because any type of publicity in Hollywood is good publicity. It got people talking.
Yeah, and they're the masters of it, so
yeah,
they know what they're doing.
Let's see now.
I also wanted to say, I'm at the moment I am working on a new video for Weaving Spiders to Alan's new music. And I just wanted to thank you guys for reconnecting me to making random videos and everything, because I had stopped for over a year. When I went through a lot of my shadow work in 2021 or whatever.
Yeah, are people able to send you video clips that you can then add to the collage?
Yes.
Any sort of like funny Vine or something
please,
that is visually interesting.
Yeah, please, anyone at any time, not just now. If you get anyone that has a funny video clip they want to be incorporated into a Weaving Spiders intro or intermission, please send it to me directly through Telegram. Or if you have me on Instagram, I guess you can send me on Instagram, but either way, as long as Telegram's
it's easy
best.
to grab it back off of there.
Yeah. Any short clip, a GIF, an MP4 file, something interesting visually, a fail video, someone breaking bones or falling and failing miserably. We used to share these videos all the time. sometimes they get compiled into compilations on YouTube, these types of things.
Yeah. And eventually what I want to do is I want to resubscribe to Adobe After Effects or Adobe so I can get After Effects, the Creative Cloud, so I can do even more crazy stuff. Because that's what I was taught in college, and After Effects is my jam. Like I can do some really crazy stuff like that. But for right now, I'm just doing these collages, which is just as fun and amazing. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. And as Alan said, send me any type of funny clips.
Yeah, and if anyone has any 3D modeling or visual graphics or motion graphics or anything that they've created, we can include those as well.
Yeah.
It's all a collage, so we can all throw in our ingredients into the cauldron and just let it boil, and we'll see how it tastes.
Yeah.
I'm working on some spiders art. Actually.
Are you?
Yeah. That's a great idea. I think it's great, but I don't know if it'll turn out the way my brain thinks it will.
We are asking for graphics and motion images, but if you have still images,
still images work.
We can make those move.
Yeah, I've put
someone will receive this copy. I don't know.
My art. I've put Sean's art. Anyone. So Rachel, if you wanted to use it, you can just send me a picture as the best quality you can send it if it's not digital, and I could work my way.
Your magic.
I'm getting this feeling, this overwhelming impression that we could set an intention together as a group to summon a caricature artist who could quickly draw caricature art of all of our faces, and then we could throw that into an introduction.
I tried and I failed on like half of everybody.
It's an interesting.
If you don't practice it, it's really hard.
Yeah, it is. I got Cheney pretty good. My drawing of Cheney's pretty good, but
I mean,
the over exaggerated.
Jim looks okay.
I mean, Adam Lore could do it,
nice.
But I don't know.
So
it doesn't hurt to ask, I guess.
Here's a way that we could do this cheaply and effectively. There's a subreddit where you can submit an interesting image of yourself, and then people are open to draw you or create an art based off of your image. They're looking for models to draw. I've done this a few times with photos of myself from like Renaissance festivals and things, and people have provided their images to me at no cost, and it was all fun. So
can we take a group photo maybe and screenshot it and submit it to that Reddit?
Yeah.
Maybe we can pose like the Brady Bunch sense on how Zoom looks like on YouTube. It's like the boxes from Brady Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And we can pose like the Brady Bunch, and they can draw characters in boxes like that. That could be something.
You could go on Fiverr and see what they say too. It's not impossible that there might be some kind of a decent deal on Fiverr.
I mean, if I had Illustrator, I could also do it because I've drawn characters of Chance and myself before.
Mm-hmm.
Have you used Inkscape at all?
Kind of.
I mainly work in digital. I just started painting.
Inkscape is a open source similar to Illustrator.
Oh no, I'm not.
Used for creating SVG graphic files. It works. A lot of the Adobe software has a lot of added tool sets and algorithms and things that make the art production process little easier, a little more smooth. There's some
Yeah, I mean,
proprietary
it's really
technology
bare bones.
there.
I was just curious because if you're already working with vector graphics, depending on, you know, I'm pretty rusty and poor at it. It's been 3 or 4 years since I did anything with Inkscape, but
The Adobe Creative Suite software in the cloud service is something that is kind of the standard. It's
yeah, I'm sure
really
it's
unmatched
phenomenal.
software. I'm still like, oh, just give me Photoshop 7 and I'm in heaven. This is amazing software. But that's a few years old now. Jim, is this your
Oh, yes, but it didn't put enough ferrule fluid in it, so it's really hard to see. So I'm gonna do it over again.
This will make some fantastic video images.
You can kind of see it, but it was so faint it looked like it was just scratches in the glass.
Right.
So I'm just gonna do it
So
over
I'm
again.
wondering if I were to use a VHS camera and point it down into that light source, that would make an interesting video, standard definition, as opposed to like a 4K camera.
What, into the ferrule cell?
Right, to capture video footage of the movement of the light in there.
That would be cool.
You could put it like on Lazy Susan and have it spinning around, and then you can have the camera stationary to film inside of it to create a motion effect.
Maybe I'll mail it to you if the snails ever bring me your address.
That's a possibility. I need to emerge from my hobbit home and, you know, stop eating all the breakfasts.
Well, I don't want
fifth breakfast, sixth breakfast.
So
Damn,
yeah, I
I
had the idea that I could write down the names of the songs that have gone into the mega mixes and then put them on a card and then send them in. I just didn't want to send a blank card because I was like, sometimes I don't know what to say because I've communicated so often with you people that if I were to send you postcards and mails, what would I write on it that I haven't already said? I love you. I love you. I love you.
Why don't you write something simple but cipher it? So I'll have to crack the code to figure out what it says.
Oh.
I mean, I love you, I love you, I love you is a wonderful thing to write at all times. So I mean,
You can
always
say,
just write
Judith,
that.
meet me at Applebee's.
Judith, meet me at Applebee's.
Judith, meet me at Applebee's? I guess I don't get it.
Oh, you will get it.
You haven't broken the code yet.
What? Applebee's.
If you search for Judith at Applebee's, maybe you'll find out what that means.
I don't even know where there
Search
is an
for
Applebee's
Judith.
anymore.
Meet me at
I'm against-
Applebe's
I'm
and break
against
the
Applebee's.
code.
Judith,
You can even ask
Judith,
Jim.
Judith,
Jim
meet me
used
at
to-
Applebee's. Meet me
Jim
at
used to try to get me
Applebee's.
to drink at Applebee's, and I would only go every once in a while because I hate Applebee's.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
crap.
It's the same as going into Walmart for something. Like,
I
what are we
have a
doing?
memory.
How low have we sank that we're going into Walmart? What's going on?
I have a
Do you know
memory.
what the root of the word Applebee's is? Plebe.
Oh, it's just what bees are.
I have a memory.
Apple
There's
plebe?
Applebee's.
a few things connecting this memory in my mind, and it's so overwhelming I have to share it. I'm talking about Adobe Photoshop 7, which reminds me of being the yearbook in the yearbook class. So in 11th grade, I was in yearbook. 12th grade, I was the yearbook editor for my senior class yearbook. And in my 11th
I was a photographic editor.
Yeah, in my 11th grade class of the yearbook class, there was a Japanese exchange student. Her name's Eriko. Many years later, over 10 years later, connect with her on Facebook again somehow, and she's flown back to Minnesota from Japan to visit her host family from 10 years ago,
Wow.
whenever it was. So she was back in town, and I'm like, wait, you're back in town? You're on Facebook? And I'm like, well, let's connect again. So I pick her up, and then we go to the movie theater, and they're showing Cars 2,
Yeah.
which is like half that movie's in Japanese anyway. And I'm like, I don't care what movie we watch, whatever it is. So we watch a Japanese movie from a Disney movie, Cars. But afterwards, I'm like, well, what do you want to eat for food? I'm like, well, I could find the most American thing. I guess I could take you like a Mexican restaurant, but that's Mexican food. Like, what is the most American food? Well, of course, it's Applebee's. So I bring her to Applebee's, and she had the most delightful time eating the most terrible American food
Oh, it's
at
the worst.
Applebee's. and she orders that big mug margarita thing. It's like that giant you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It has like
Yeah.
like what is it, like ice or sugar or something around the rim of it, like the salt or something.
Like 0.0% alcohol.
Her name was
completely ridiculous.
It's like all sugar, maybe. I don't know what it is.
Super expensive.
Her name was not Judith, but I brought her to Applebee's. And she had so much fun. And I'm like, any other quote unquote date would be
No. This is
don't
the
take me to
appropriate
Applebee's,
time. Yeah.
but I bring the Japanese.
This is the only, and this is why Applebee's exists, so that you can do this. But otherwise, it's like you should go immediately from Applebee's into the confessional booth and talk to the priest, even if you're not Catholic, and just go in there and tell him, like, I went to Applebee's. You know, Father, I've sinned. I went to Applebee's. But you know, Jim would occasionally get me to go because we used to drink. So I mean, that's different. If we're going to sit in the bar at Applebee's and drink, then that's
like
a whole different story. But I
like
still
the
didn't enjoy
dip.
it.
That spinach dip.
Yeah. I mean, the spinach dip was okay.
I'm pretty sure Applebee's is just a Ponzi scheme so Adam Sandler could fund money to make more movies.
Hey, now that's deep, dude. I think you're right. That's scary.
Because like he always goes to Applebee's in his Happy Madison, studios,
Applebee's.
whatever you want to call it, his team.
I love that you're reluctant to call it a studio. I appreciate that.
Well, it's just like people always say that he only makes movies to go on paid vacations.
I believe it.
And
that's a great way to roll, I think.
Even in his like the Hotel Transylvania series, even his cartoon
David
Dracula
Barsky
stuff
has to say goodnight.
was just
Good night,
going
David
on.
Barsky.
Night,
Night, David.
Barsky still here?
He's just bailing.
Barsky has to go to Applebee's before it closes.
Barsky!
So, can I comment as a Canadian about American food?
Please.
We're all ears.
Absolutely.
I went on a vacation to North Carolina once and got treated to some good old North Carolina hospitality, which was amazing. Okay, we have pulled pork up here, but we don't have North Carolina pulled pork. Okay, so that was one of the most American things I was introduced to, was proper pulled pork. Blew my mind. Anyway, I learned that y'all down there have iced tea and you have sweet tea. And there's a big fucking difference between sweet and iced tea.
Oh, you didn't know about sweet tea? Oh,
I did not know. We only have sweet iced tea up here. Okay, not unsweetened iced tea. Only sweet tea. So I ordered thinking it was gonna be like sweet iced tea. No. No, it was actually tea that was iced. It was like what? Yeah, we don't do that up here. It's just sweet as fuck. It's just sugar. Yeah. Anyway,
like this isn't really even tea.
Yeah, that's funny.
Blew
Yeah,
my-
because
I'm
I mean, it
like,
says a
why-
lot
what do
about
you-
your
what do you mean
your
sweet
family,
is
which kind of tea you drink. You know.
like what do you mean sweet tea? Isn't it all sweet tea? I'm so confused. Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, my family, putting sugar in your tea is a punishable offense. Like if you're sitting with my mother and you're one of her children and you stir sugar into your tea, hot or cold, you'll get this look. And it's not like you're in trouble. It's just like, well, I guess we're no longer technically related by blood. You know, that's the look. You know, I don't know what happened, but now you're no longer my child. What are you doing to the tea? You're ruining it. You know?
That's funny.
Because we're not from the South, you know.
I love it. I love it. That blew my mind. I didn't realize that was like.
I'm sure the shock was severe and very real to take a big drink of your tea and have it just be cold tea. You know, kind of tastes like water, very slightly bitter flavor, and that's it.
Good night. Hey everybody, I love you. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm saying good night because I can't keep my eyes open. I love you guys.
Love you, David Martin.
Yeah, I love you guys. I'll see you guys on Saturday.
One love, dude.
Okay.
Do
Night.
it.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
It's not a lot of people I'm compelled to say okay bye to, but Barcy is one of them.
Do you guys want to read more doggerel? Because I feel like that's what this conversation is.
I used that word in my most recent journal entry. Maybe not my most recent one, but the one before last, because I realized after you defined the word, I'd heard the word and I knew what it meant, but I didn't realize to what degree. I was like, oh, this is how I write. Every time I open my journal, I just go blah, 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 barf some stuff out onto the page. Here we go.
And sometimes it rhymes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it rhymes.
Yeah.
So this will be my third attempt to make one of these. And the first time all I used was the ferro fluid. And it was just totally black and I couldn't see anything through it. And then I learned from my good buddy Ken Wheeler, his videos, he says to use a solvent like mouse milk penetrating oil.
What?
Yep.
To dilute it.
I was just going to say, Wheeler's got videos that show you how to do it, but it sounds like you already found them, so that's good.
Yeah, I was wondering what you were working on, Jim. That looks cool.
So hopefully it will work after this next attempt. I mean, it worked last time, but it was so faint that it really was hard to tell of whether it was a holographic magnetic field or just scratchy glass. So that's what I'm doing. Just thought I'd share.
Oh, thank you, because I wondered.
What are you working on, Chris?
I'm working on the video for Weaving Spiders to Alan's new.
Are you working on the power theme?
Yeah, the power theme. I thought the symbol thing that you sent me, because it was just showed as a file, and the power thing was two different songs. I was like, damn, he's pumping these out. And when I opened up the symbol one, it was a video. I was like, okay, this makes sense. Okay, he's not giving me like 2-hour-long song clips. Yeah,
Alan's only eating breakfast and making video, not even sleeping.
That's pretty much it. I'm eating tater tots, raw potato on the clock, and then I'm putting out these mashup musical melodies, as they are quite the affliction on the
they are a bit of a loud melody. I'll give you that.
Yeah, they are. I must admit, they are a hyper sigil magical act, and it's weird, like high strangeness levels of weird in terms of
doing what?
Putting together these musical atrocities.
Oh,
well, they have to be that atrocious, otherwise they'll get us banned. So, you know, I understand part of the strategy is to make it so that even the AI is like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
It still identifies some of the songs, so it'll show underneath the video description the songs that were used in the video. And I was trying to determine if I could outwit and befuddle the algorithms by using cover songs of a popular song, so it sounds similar but different, so it won't match the fingerprint of the I just gave up on that, and I thought, you know, if I'm going to make this thing, I'm going to use the best possible version of the music and not try to, you know, use a low rent clip art version of someone's recreation of the Mona Lisa that they just scribbled on a napkin. No, let's just go for the best original sound, and whatever the seed of the idea is, and it's a musical weave stacking the idea. So last week was Andromeda, angels are aliens, are messengers, are angelic sailors, are angels, are messengers, are aliens, are one and the same, making contact with a non-human entity whose name might be, well, are they from Andromeda Galaxy? Are they Cassiopean? Are they from Sirius? Where are they from? Where do they originate? There's this tradition of channeling an entity, or perhaps the galaxy in totality. And if you're talking about Alex Collier, Collier, who in the early 90s was channeling Andromedans, there's a song by the band Silicon Dream, which is Andromeda, Andromeda, we're calling Andromeda. Pair that with real life's Send Me an Angel, covered by Dead Star Assembly, covered by all these other rock bands. So you get all the variations of the song, all on a theme of something, and weaving them together into an audio tapestry, which becomes a supercharged hyper sigil with the intention placed into it.
And then place my things like once he sends me the audio, I'll take that and be okay, what does that come? I mean, he does send me clips as well that he likes, but when I'm like, okay, he's talking about Andromedas, aliens, angels. What does this make me think of?
I'm so glad you included Fatima in that.
Yeah, it makes me happy that you guys are collaborating.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
So I found that clip from Ancient Aliens, about the Mother Mary coming and the silver saucer that came after, and I added that clip. It also made me think of fake space, and NASA fashion, because you gotta be on your runway. You gotta make sure your fashionable clothes has the NASA logo on it, on your hoodies and everything else.
I can't lie, I judge people for wearing NASA clothes. It's hard not to.
Since I'm offended, since I am
shirts.
I see them, no matter who they are. I see people wearing NASA, and I'm like, oh, like I'm trying to
send
like I'm
your
Jesus,
NASA shirts to Weaving Spiders Welcome PO Box.
No, don't.
So we can burn them.
Well, you'll be surprised what happens to your NASA paraphernalia if you mail it to us. I definitely will have Jim forward me the NASA shirt straight to this studio.
We'll have a burn party.
We're gonna do a burn party like they used to do with old disco records.
Well, if I burn the ashes up correctly and mail them to Benjamin Balderson, then he can do something with them. I can tell you that.
So
we might be able to get space to collapse.
I was offended by that, so I incorporated that into the video on purpose to add to it. And then I also added the riot that happened at a theater because they couldn't get Star Wars Episode 7 playing. So the fans literally created a riot and they had to arrest people.
There's
so
a lot of emotional energy encapsulated in these short video clips, combined with the music, creates a very emotionally resonant thing, which
like you said, it really is a
it's a holographic language, and there's a clip in there. There's a few different clips. Alex Collier is talking about holographic language. I stacked that on top of Pierre Sabak talking about holographic language and alien languages, and that's sort of what we're working with. And
I put
spoiler alert, spoiler alert, if you don't want to know what happens next, don't listen for the next 30 seconds. Saturday night, play the song. I'd been working on it from Monday through Saturday to add clips and layers to it, and finally delivering the final product to Chris on Saturday morning, early afternoon, so he can put something together. We premiere it on Saturday night, regular time. I sleep in Sunday because we were awake all night. That was about an 8-hour work shift on my feet, standing there doing the show. And then I finally crash and go to sleep. Well, guess what also crashes in my backyard, but the very Andromedan angel that I was requesting would be sent to me.
What?
Yeah, SB. Yeah, this is where it gets really weird. So that Sunday, I get my video camera out and I'm like, there's this really strange dodo looking bird in my backyard. What's going on? I'm trying to get close to it, but it turns and walks away like the lyrics of the real life song, Send Me an Angel. So all of the lyrics and all of the story combined in this song that I mashed up creates a real life effect where there's a seagull in the sky flying. A heavy rainstorm hits the wings of the seagull, causing it to crash to earth. Of all the places it could crash, it lands in the boundary of the fence of my backyard. So I'm looking out my bedroom from the second floor, and I'm like, what is this bird and feathery friend thing? And I'm trying to get close to it, and it turns and it walks away from me. You know, I can't be left in love, a kiss or a frown. I can't survive on my own. It's the lyrics to the song. And I'm trying to get a picture of this bird, and it has a clipped wing, like an injured wing. So it keeps running away from me. But I'm like, if you're the Andromedan messenger that I called for, why aren't you delivering the message? You know, that's not the weird part though. That's the funny part. The weird part happens on Monday. It never ends. Okay, so if you've uncovered your ears now, I have another spoiler.
I love the idea of running spoilers, running so hard that if you uncover your ears, you lose.
That should be in the next title.
Yeah.
Right. I thought that was strange enough. I sent the video to the channel. It ended up being an MP4 file, so it couldn't be previewed because it was a 4K file, so you had to download it. And I'm like, I'm just gonna take screenshots from that and put it into the Telegram chat to say this is the Andromedan angel thing. But this is where it gets really weird because Monday of this week, which is what, 2-3 days ago, Monday, I'm on a Zoom call and we're discussing what we're going to do on Wednesday, which was to interview Heather Taddy. So we're talking about, hey, Heather Taddy's got a new show. We're going to interview her on Wednesday because they're going to premiere on Wednesday, so it has to be on Wednesday. I'm like, okay.
And this is something you and Barsky did, right?
Yes.
And this guy who's there,
Barsky and Jim and myself. We're in a Zoom call.
Yeah, I was in and out. I was also watching the Vibrant.
This is on Monday because I said Saturday, and then Sunday the seagull shows up, and now this is Monday afternoon. This is how it weaves into a never-ending sort of high strangest weirdness thing, which is to say there's another person from our community who's on Instagram who wakes up from a very vivid dream in which I appear in a dream. She then logs in and sees a meme dump I had made. Just, I don't even know why I made it. These are some screenshots on my phone. I'm going to post some content to my private Instagram, whatever. She wakes up. The images that I had posted to the Instagram were the images she received in her lucid dream that she just woke up from. In her dream, she was communicating with me through Zoom as I was in a Zoom call with these other guys. So she wakes up, gets on Instagram, sees the post I had, and is like, these are the exact images that were in my dream, and you posted them while I was dreaming them, or before or after, very similar in time frame. So then she's telling me the contents of her dream, which involves another bird, but this time the bird is maybe burnt up. It's a fried turkey. So maybe this is the myth of Icarus, where you fly too close to the sun, your feathers burn off, and then you fall back to Earth. So maybe another variation of fallen angel. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, this is where we have to be loose about this and play with it and tug at it and see what it possibly could mean in different variations. But after back and forth exchange of words and thoughts and ideas, I post a picture of the seagull, and she's like, "Why are you sending me a picture of a seagull?" And then she's like, "Well, the seagull is a avian bird thing related to Andromedan messenger angel alien things."
So how do you feel about all this, Alan?
I feel it's about time. I read Cosmic Trigger 10 years ago, and I'm like, that's what my life is going to be. And now it is. Cosmic Trigger, of course, written by Robert Anton Wilson, who believed that he had been in contact with extraterrestrials, perhaps from the planet Sirius, or maybe it was a very tall rabbit, a puka from County Kerry, Ireland, or he had all these other metaphors to describe the communication aspect of the synchronicity of the strange high weirdness aspect of our liminal space, dreaming, life, waking, sleep, dream, subconscious, unconscious, all of these things. When the veil is so thin between them, there's no clear distinction between them.
That's hyper reality.
Wow.
So that makes it weirder.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
That's awesome. Thank you for
That was
telling
like,
us.
yeah, that was like three levels.
Those are just a few of the details. Those are the highlights of the reel. There's so much more involved with it, with all of you. There's an interconnectedness to all of this that once you weave into it, you are woven into the tapestry of an Indra's net sort of situation of consciousness existing as a one
make
consciousness.
Me do it again. Weave in, weave out, weave in, weave out, weave in.
So that's where I'm at. And you guys are in it as well.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I saw the pictures of the seagulls, but I didn't know the story behind it. That's wow.
Yeah, the meme dump was awesome. I was enjoying that. Sometimes I get mad at Instagram because you can't like every single post. You can't like every image. Well, like Alan can dump 10 images at a time.
10
for
you
one
can't specify.
post. Yeah, so there's no way. I mean, I could have typed, "Hey, numbers 4, 6, 5, and 11 are great," or 11's too far.
You can reshare them to your story.
Now that's true. I thought I did share at least one of them.
Then I can see which ones are resonating. So it's this holographic language idea where a meme image, an image macro. Remember when we used to call them image macros?
From space.
Yeah. Do you remember when we called them image macros?
Yeah, I found some image macros on an old hard drive.
As opposed to an image micro, like a small image. An image macro contains a macro, a large idea, all contained in a simple ideogram or a hieroglyphic. Now let's not forget the hieroglyphic of the Katy Perry Dark Horse music video, which I had taken, reversed, flipped it. Missy Elliott did it in the DaVinci Resolve software to edit it to show you the crossing point of it going forwards and it going backwards. What is the X point? What is the crossing point of the Katy Perry Dark Horse ritual?
Spicy hot Cheeto, of course.
It's the consumption of fire. It's an ancient Egyptian ritual in which she takes in something that is fire or flame or igneous or hot or burning a tongue, flaming language. What are tongues of fire?
But it's artificial fire because it's
created
in
an
that
effect.
instance.
Sympathetic fire.
Sympathetic fire. Yeah. And also to add to that really quick, when I do the video portions of our collaborations, even when you see me throwing like a clip of an anime or Toy Story, there's a purpose to it. For instance, when I threw in the Toy Story one, that was the scene when Woody looks around the room and Andy's room goes from all Western stuff to all Buzz Lightyear space stuff.
Sure.
And it's taking the imagination.
Right. So we have so much in our imagination. We have this symbol literacy that we are taught and we learn and we take in. Some of this is biblical allegory and imagery. So then I'm going back to Katy Perry and this midpoint, this section, the middle section of the video where she's taking in a flaming hot Cheeto and she's like, ha ha ha, my tongue's on fire. Well, you go to Google, you say, hey, okay, Google, tongues of fire. What's the first result? Oh, it's a biblical idea here. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire, and it sat upon each of them, and they were all filled with the Holy Ghost. Which
it's the moment of Pentecost.
Well, that ties into glossolalia.
The what?
Glossolalia, the speaking in tongues in the Bible. After Jesus leaves and ascends into heaven, all of the disciples get a flame of fire above their head, and they're all able to understand each other, and they're able to understand all languages and speak all languages.
Which is the holographic language ability, where you can speak and everybody can understand you, which is to say, not the words, but the meaning, the understanding. It's the groking, G-R-O-K. You know what that book? You know the book that says grok?
That's what Contact is described as well. That aliens put something in their head, or they use some type of psychic connection where it automatically translates. So it's in the Contact E, going back to the angels and aliens.
Absolutely it. Grok is a neologism coined by American writer Robert A. Heinlein in the science fiction novel Stranger in a Strange Land, which is about what? Does anybody remember that book?
I've got it in my library, but I've never read it. I bought it just because it's Heinlein and the title reminded me of a Iron Maiden album.
It has to do with water, and they do water rituals, communions together. And they have this concept of grok, G-R-O-K, which is to immediately and fully grasp and understand a concept.
Now, what's the word again?
G-R-O-K, grok.
Oh, okay, yeah. To grok something.
I am grok.
To grok.
Well, I mean, I always read it as grok, but I've never heard it pronounced in. So, I mean,
I say it both ways because I haven't groked the groking or the grokking.
Yeah, I grok what you're grokking.
Yeah. It's, again, this concept is used in Robert Anton Wilson's Illuminatus trilogy and Schrodinger's cat
so I know
trilogy.
it from there. I listened to that book working for a wonderful man named Jim Maiden. In the very building that he's sitting in right now. I listened to that trilogy.
There is also the electric Kool-Aid acid test. Tom Wolfe kind of talks about this as well. But I was also thinking of the David Bowie alien character that he plays. He stars in a movie called The Man Who Fell to Earth. Again, falling to earth symbolism. This is Luciferian symbolism of someone who falls to earth.
Also, really quickly to tie this back into Kings of Leon, who had the NFT song In Space, they had the song that they're most famous for. It's called Sex on Fire. connecting it to tongues on fire.
Which sounds a little bit like a cunning linguist is writing lyrics that are euphemistically suggestive of divine union, communion.
Oh, I have
Just reminded me of.
on that.
I've got to tell you guys
Rachel's
now.
got
'cause
notes.
I think
very
the man that
rare.
fell to earth is coming true right
A rare,
now these
a rare,
days.
a rare John Frusciante song title. I don't want you guys to miss your chance to look this up. It's called "Your Pussy is Glued to a Building on Fire."
Your pussy is glued to a building on fire.
That's how the song starts. Starts straight in with a acoustic guitar and singing, and he sings, "Your pussy is glued to a building on fire." It's great. It's a great song. You should look it up.
In the man who fell to earth, he's an alien from outer space, and he crashes on Earth, and he's trapped here.
Yes.
And so he wants to get home. And so what he does is, in order to get home, he has to build
Eat Reese's Pieces.
He has to build the world's largest corporation, a conglomeration corporation, in order to get all the money in one place so that he can make the machine that's going to send it back.
Yes. Wait a second.
Kind of like
I think I read a tweet about this, or the owner of God, who owns what's going on Twitter right now?
Yes.
This South African person, this muskrat.
So it's some kind of like a emerald miner or something, sapphire mines.
Isn't he trying to get rats to race on Mars in cars?
It's already happening.
He's named after the smell of a rat.
It's
Isn't he
all
named after the smell of a rat?
Spoiler.
before, and it'll happen again.
Trying to keep us up in the rat race.
Yeah, on Mars in war.
The muskrat race.
I just want to put my
Occupy
40
Mars.
hours in and
Muskrat.
spend the week at happy hour at Applebee's.
All right.
I love
Rachel
that
has
term,
notes.
muskrat race.
Have notes.
All
They
right,
don't look
let's
like
hear Rachel's
notes.
She's taking notes.
Those are proper notes if they don't look like notes.
They really, some people would be like, oh, is that light language or something? Like, I don't know what this is. It's
My
something.
notes.
It's my notes, okay? This is how my brain does things. All right, so you know how people talk about remembering past lives and collective consciousness, and it's always something really soon. Like it's always like their last few lives, a couple 100,000 years ago or something. It's sooner, but nobody remembers anything really far away. Aliens do. Those entities do. They remember falling because consciousness descends into matter. So they have the ability to remember being elves and angels and all of those etheric beings, whatever form those took. You can't see the beings that are on Venus because they have different bodies conducive to that environment. That doesn't mean that they're not human. But if consciousness is descending, then those people have distinct memories of the collective consciousness of that occurring. And they want to get back home. They want to get back to being etheric because this is too dense, it's too heavy, it's not a good time, they weigh too much. That's why they want to get back up there. It's heavy to be here.
Yeah, it's a drag, literally.
Right, it's literally a drag. And the dragons, it's like, guys, this is what happens. It's okay. Everything, if you know as much as you think you know about how energy and life works and how it all recycles and how it all goes back. I mean, freaking rain evaporates, and you know what I mean? Like, you'll get there. Go.
Yeah, don't sweat it, guys. Right?
Yeah, stop trying so hard, man. Like, if
well,
you
that's
wanna,
another thing that they cover on
astral
the
project,
Vibrant.
like, chill out.
from doing all this release work and really studying and becoming an excellent practitioner of it so that I can be a good coach at it. I hear things all the time now that trigger me to be like, aha, that's it. Because wanting is not having. So as long as you're holding something in mind that you want it, then you're literally creating and manifesting the energy to drive it farther away from you. You know, and so that's why, you know, everyone that practices any kind of manifestation seriously already knows this, because you can't create any kind of intention in the negative. And so if you create it in the positive, you also can't create it in the future. It has to be in the present. So the process becomes very convoluted at first until you start to realize that you can just have pure intention that's foundationally freedom, but freedom with allowances. You know, this is the way I would describe it. And so, you know, if your true motivation is that you're allowing freedom, and along with freedom, you're going to allow yourself to once again become etheric instead of dense, then you'll get there. But if you're here as some kind of mind-fucked, silly soul demon who's fighting as hard as they can to get back to heaven, then you're going to remain here and even fall further and farther into density the longer you keep that in mind, because you're using the very thing that you hate to hold yourself here.
Makes sense.
Exactly, I like that. And so I have something that you guys probably missed because it was more my time, not your time. But when Rachel is mentioning
you calling
energy,
us old, Chris?
Maybe when Rachel is saying the word energy,
you guys are way back in time, guys.
And dragons, it made me think of I never watched Disney that much, but one show I did like from Disney was the show called American Dragon, Jake Long. And Disney really messed up that. I mean, it was a cool premise, but they Disney'd it. Basically, well, they wanted to match Avatar, so they got Dante Basco Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender and Katara, and this guy who was going to make a comic and bought the rights to the comic before he published it and told them to make a show and hire these actors. But then they didn't want to do like the deep storytelling. They just wanted to like do the Disney lessons at the end, like be nice to your fellow students and don't cheat in school, and you know, all that.
Right.
But the setup to the show was each country has a dragon, and it is a person who can shapeshift into a dragon and has abilities. And America, since it's like still a newer, it was set in the mid 2000s when the show came out, but America is the first born and raised American dragon, which is the particular main character, Jake Long, and he's the protector of the magical world that's underneath, hidden from Americans, and the human world. And there's one of the most memorable episodes from the show for me was this episode where Jake is learning from his master, which is his grandpa, who is the old Chinese dragon, which you can get into the Chinese teaching the American dragon how to do his job. You can get into what that means on another time. But what stuck out to this episode to me was the lesson of the episode in his training is he's trying to learn how to create a doppel by splitting his chi and creating a temporary form, like a tulpic form that's using a part of his chi. But Jake can't do it. So he uses this potion from his familiar makes. There's a talking dog, to create to split his chi for him and to create the doppel. And even his familiar dog is like, only use this when like you really have to. Like, this is a cheat. You don't cheat with magic. But he does it anyways. And it becomes like this parody of multiplicity with Michael Keaton, right? Because he's creating all these doppels, like Michael Keaton in Multiplicity made all the clones. But at the very end, the evil doppel of Jake is trying to reabsorb all the others to build up his chi, so he can eventually consume the original Jake, since he's weaker, since he's giving out his chi energy. And he has this speech when he comes and sees Jake. He's like, I'm ready to absorb you and become the real you. And he's basically the shadow version of Jake. And so he has to face his shadow and figure out how to get his chi back and like control his chi. And it's like this really interesting lesson that they was like trying to encode in this story, that kind of shine through. And that episode always stuck out to me. And I always liked the idea of the show being these guardian dragons. Like every country had this guardian dragons like entity. So when Rachel is saying energy, things like chi and dragons, that popped into my head. And I just thought I could share it, since you guys probably never heard about the show at all. You might find it interesting that something that is partially truthful, shining out of something so dark like Disney.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely never seen it. And I mean, if you didn't give a good disclaimer of how crappy the show was in general, it would tempt me, but
it sounds better than it is.
Well, it sounds like I honestly wish one little piece, you know.
I wish I worked in Hollywood, because one of the things that I would try to buy from Disney if I had the money was I would try to get the rights to that franchise and contact the guy that created the graphic novel, because he wants to, he said after the show got canceled, he wanted to like actually make the graphic novel the way he wanted to, but Disney wouldn't let him because it's their property now. But there was this,
they're the devil.
There was this whole thing with crystal skulls and this Knights Templar ninja group and kidnapping children, and it's like there's so much stuff that was encoded in the show, but it's all underneath this Disney crap, and it just suffocated what he was actually trying to say. And looking back on it, it's kind of sad. And
Right.
It's like the story of every person who's ever written a good screenplay about anything. Like a lot of people who write that kind of stuff, they don't ever watch the final production. They just take the money and go away. Because they screw shit up so bad that you don't even.
But they make He-Man into his sister. That's terrible.
I mean, I watched the Kevin Smith He-Man stuff, and I didn't find it to be too terrible, but
I didn't watch it. But
what is that catchphrase that he has in He-Man?
I have the power.
Catchphrase.
Okay, let's set that aside for now. We'll come back to that on Saturday.
Yeah.
Jim, Jinx, Jim.
You guys, what?
Said Jinx. We both said it at the exact moment.
Well, it's because we have the power.
It's also because that's, you know, between that and the Smurfs, that's what they gave us, right?
Yeah.
Jim, that was looking really cool.
Was it working? I couldn't.
It
tell
looked
that.
like it was
it
working a little. Yeah,
absolutely working.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need to add more.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Chris, but I was very impressed to look up and see it working. It made me happy.
Yeah, I was talking, but I was also looking at it, and it was really cool. I almost stopped my story and commented on it, but like I wanted to get my story out at the same time. It looked awesome.
I think I'm gonna take it apart and make it a little bit more. Put more.
So did you actually buy mouse milk?
I bought mouse milk.
Nice.
So weird. Like, why mouse milk specifically? What is it about that consistency or its properties?
It's not real mouse milk.
I'm like, that's so weird and creepy.
It's a name of a very specific
I mean,
and rare
come
kind
on.
of oil.
We do
What
magic here.
kind of spell book are you reading from that requires the milk of mouse mother?
Well, come on. I mean, if you're going to start the
Who's
process by
obtaining this?
following instructions that come from Ken Wheeler, you should assume that anything is possible as far as what is required. Because Ken Wheeler is one of the most powerful wizards on YouTube. Did you guys see that he was on an interview with Flat Earthers? Ken Wheeler's softball coming out as a Flat Earther. He was on with Dearth, that guy, and
down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. And he was on with Jaren. I can't stand Jarenism. Oh my gosh.
Jarenism.
If you're listening to this, Jaren, jump off a cliff. Don't die or anything. Just break your leg or something.
If you can't stand with him, I can sit with him. That's okay. If he wants to join us on a weave, he's welcome to. That's true. If Jaren wants to come on the weave, I can either be polite or I'll dismiss myself and sit in the audience because I will pass up the opportunity for you guys to talk to him. The question is,
Gracious of you, Sean.
Are you not able to stand his personality, the way he presents himself in front of a camera, acting like a monkey, doing a trick, performing for a camera, his personality, his ideas, his presentation, some of these things? Is there one aspect?
Mostly all of them.
So
yes.
is it a polar?
There's evidence of him being not the sweetest character on earth too. So, but no, I mean,
Yes. Kaylee's not here. Rachel's here. We have other people who might talk about the aspect of the shadow work and the spiritual ego, which is a huge topic. It's such a big topic. People can't even see it. They're so close to it. They're so close to their spiritual ego because they've fallen flat to earth, faces on the ground, and the ground is their spiritual ego, and they're right on top of it, that they can't see it anymore. That is there. It's their spiritual ego that they're stuck to. The gravity keeps pulling them down, and spiritual ego thing.
Sad news. You will never escape the ego, spiritualists. So if you're concerned about having spiritual ego, spoiler alert.
Well, no, there's
never
ego.
got rid of it.
There's ego. I got rid of my ego, and now I have a spiritual ego, and now you got to get rid of that. You got to keep shedding the layers and keep shedding the layers.
You can.
No, it's back to what we said. If you're wanting to manage and effectively do something with your ego, then you're wanting. Wanting is not having. So if you want to embrace and love and accept and welcome your ego, then you'll start to make progress in the direction that you want to go. Because if you take something as powerful as your ego and you press it down hard to the ground and you insist it is going to have to leave and there's no ifs, and, or buts about it, then it's going to swell up and show you how powerful it is. And then you're going to be in denial of it. That's going to project onto other things.
That's a good thing.
Anybody that thinks they have no ego has a big ego.
Yeah, has a big damage.
Are they in service?
So
are they in service to the ego? Are they?
Why are we talking about people who won't let go of their egos? I'm confused.
I dare say that the reason we're talking about it is because we started talking about Jaren from Jarenism.
I just wanted to make that joke. I was trying to
now,
thank you,
Chris.
Chris.
Great,
Chris, if I haven't sent you audio clips or video clips of the Lego My Ego commercial, I have so I download so many of these things and I send some of them. If I haven't gotten it to you, I know there's a clip. It's a 1980s commercial where they're talking about Lego My Ego. I might have it. I might have seen it. I might have viewed it. I don't know if I communicated it to you to include in something, but the Lego my ego thing must be included in the power theme mashup.
Oh, you know what I thought of? I can't remember. I meant to look it up where I heard this. It was on some show that I remember as a kid. And it's this bratty song. And while we were talking, I remembered it because we were talking about all these, I don't know, people who think they're so high up, people with spiritual ego. And it goes, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. Yeah.
No, you can't.
That's totally the attitude. Yeah. Yes, I can.
No, you can't. Just like that. No, you can't. Yes, you can. I love that. I've always loved that song.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, so what is it in the astronomy now? The revealing of the Neptune, of the Pluto, of the alignments of the planets, something bringing out the secrets of whatever.
Well, I'm looking at the stars and sidereal, and the upcoming eclipse is happening in Aries, where Uranus is. So that is our identity, and that is going to be all the ego you could ever want to not want.
Ram's going to touch our ass. Is that what you said? We're getting rammed in the ass?
Yep, it already did. Already has.
There's navel gazing, and then there's anal gazing, and how many ribs must you remove before you can see who you really are from the inside?
You have to ask Marilyn Manson on that.
Can we tweet out Marilyn Manson? Can we get Marilyn Manson on a weave and ask him?
Yeah, we'll tell him where we have a prayer circle.
Yeah.
You guys could get him and Jaren at the same time. I would, him and Jaren at the same time would be great. That way I'll know which episode to skip and stay home.
Someone shows up, but Jim.
I'll be here.
Jim still because he feels an obligation to the stream.
Maybe if I can hit up Zendaya, I could also get Zendaya.
I would love the Zendiagram to appear before us, and we can find the similarities and differences between all of us together.
The more time I spend with Chris and find more and more about his sense of humor, the more I deeply love him with all of my heart.
Thank you, guys. I love you guys so much.
You're so funny.
You too, Chris. You're awesome. It's been really fun, collaborating with you and talking with you and watching movies and just watching you flourish because you're so creative. It's awesome.
Yeah, you really are.
Thank you guys. I know I've been talking a lot tonight. Yes. I've just been in talkative mood. So thank you guys for.
I see Jim, he's running with an open bag of cheese slices to the toaster.
Abort. It's gonna melt.
Jim, I already melted the cheese on the rye bread. You don't have to go to Applebee's tonight. I've already prepared this for you. I will put it in
my mind?
You know,
I was just listening to a podcast about a paranormal encounter, and instead of smelling sulfur, they were smelling fresh baked rye bread.
That seems better. That seems better. I would trust that.
I don't think that's satanic. That's delicious.
How could it be?
I don't think that's satanic. It's delicious.
What podcast is talking about the smell of toasted rye bread and aliens? Because I need to listen to that.
I forget which one it was now. It was I was trying to find a new podcast, a new paranormal podcast that would tell paranormal stories that I have not heard of before.
Right.
And so I just searched paranormal podcast and just scrolled until one caught my eye. and I clicked on it. I don't remember the name of it. I would have to go back to my listing history.
Yeah.
But the story was a naval base, or not a naval base, a military base in Afghanistan. And they came in contact with some entity on the base that was sluggish. But right before they saw this slug thing, they were slugging around the sand dunes as if it was a worm, like a dune.
Maybe
They smell
the Hutt?
fresh. They smell fresh baked rye bread.
I get pretty sluggish after eating a lot of rye bread.
This is actual rye bread with a melted piece of
and then
pepper jack
flash
cheese
forward a few hours, I'm on this FlowState stream with Alan, and he pulls out fresh break of rye bread.
Well, angels are about.
They're falling
Why
from
ask
the sky, Rachel.
Yeah. I never ask Rye. I just go for
it.
Rye, ask Rye. Angels do fly.
Your rye ass humor is cracking me up.
Rye ass humor.
High and dry.
It's so subtle. It's so sublime. It is so dry. It is a fine wine.
Yeah, if you were a comedian, you'd make a lot of dough making jokes about.
I would love to be a comedian. We should do a live stream where it's just we take turns doing stand up. Can we, instead of table, like, I know we started table reads, but maybe we could do a night where we take turns during stand up as well.
Yeah.
That would be
the guy who was on
doing
Chance's
that right
thing
now.
is a stand-up comedian. And so I'm sure he'd be willing to come help us and participate.
I think we're doing that right now, though.
We are.
So the thing that you want is the thing that you have right now, as Sean described to us earlier. You have the thing now. You don't want it because the wanting separates you from it further, because the continuation of the wanting cycle means you can never obtain it because you want to want it indefinitely forever. So by having it, by owning it, by taking possession of it, by claiming it, you have it. This is what you have now. Stand-up comedy hour.
I wanted to, in high school, I wanted to start a skit YouTube channel in the vein of Balloon Shop, because I had fond memories from when I was in high school. I had fond nostalgic memories of being in middle school watching Balloon Shop. And so by the time I got to high school, I was like, I want to get a group of friends together and do my own Balloon Shop sketch YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I would do every so often I would do stand up, but I would call it sit downs because I'm disabled and it's easier for me to sit down than to stand up for a long period of time. So it would be funny, because my sense of humor in high school was to play up my disability, because everyone always thought of me with a disability. So I was like, why don't I subvert their expectations and play it up even more and make a joke out of my disability, right?
Yeah, it's smart.
So my gimmick through high school and early college, like my first semester of college, that was my humor. That's the videos I was making. I made a how-to video for one of my early media classes in college because we had to make a how-to video, and mine was a how to be crippled or how to be disabled.
Do you still have this? I want to see
I'll
this
have
video
to
very
find
badly.
and I'll have to find it. It's really stupid and really funny.
Well, I mean, I understand the production's not going to be great, but I need to see this. It's important to me because I took care of a man with C5-6 spinal cord injury for like 12 or 15 years. And I used to call him the cripple dipple. I said that to him at a poker table one time full of people just to see the look on their face because they didn't realize we were together. And he hit 3 of a kind in the poker game. And I said, the cripple dipple. And all the look on people's faces. It made everyone so uncomfortable that we won a lot more hands because they couldn't, like, people almost got angry enough to confront me. But then later they realized we were together, you know. So I'm sure they thought we were colluding, but it was really funny. Sorry for going on and on, but yeah,
no, that's funny. I'm glad you shared it. Yeah, it is funny. It even spread because in high school I had started making beats on the early days of SoundCloud. I've deleted that account by now. I used to DJ, and my first album I released on SoundCloud I had the same album name as my DJ name, and the name was a parody of like the Chemical Brothers and like the Crystal Method, like all those like 90s breakbeat DJs, like industrial electronica. And my name was the Crippled Effect.
I can do anything better than you.
Oh, you can.
Yes, I 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 can. Yes, I can.
Now, what was your DJ name again? I'm trying to hear it one more time.
The Crippled Effect.
Crippled Effect. So all of your classmates were able to go with the joke and it helped them to be more comfortable and interact with you more easily. Sounds like it worked. Your plan worked. It sounds like.
I don't know if it worked. I don't know if they understood that it was a joke or if they thought that I was just really depressed about myself.
They're like, do we laugh? Do we?
Does anybody
Well, I mean,
have...
I know it's a common thing with people to be, if they have any speech impediment and physical disability, people automatically assume that you're retarded. So, I mean, that's a common problem, you know. Any disability, really, but if you have a speech in any kind of speech affect, then that's common too, you know. So I mean,
oh yeah, I've been mistaken for being mentally retarded, like the medical sense of it, just because I walk with a limp, right?
Right, yeah.
And it's like, oh
shit.
This kid, you know, physically looks as such, so he probably is mentally as such, when that is not the case. When I've had more spiritual connections than physical connections, and that was one of the lessons I had to learn in this life, is how to ground, because I'm so etheric.
Right.
And so
far out, man. Wow. Far out.
Literally far out.
It's literally far out.
I'm sure if Chris does the Wim Hof breathing, then he just leaves his body.
I'm serious. Basically, when Chance did that thing, Rachel was there, with Kalina.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you would call it. It was like a seminar and a workshop, and he did some tuning for action for us as a group. But I literally time froze for me for a few moments, and when he asked that their effects of what happened, I said everything around me froze, and I felt something enter my head, go in behind my left eye, and then down and into my right hand, and everything around me was just frozen for a few seconds. It was
trippy,
a really insane moment.
That's cool.
I was going to ask earlier, does anybody else have DJ name that they had assigned to themselves or had chosen or found.
Yes, share DJ names with us, please.
Yeah, I was never a DJ. Jim has an excellent name. It's up to him if he wants to share it. I don't know if he's ever a DJ, but Jim has an excellent nickname.
Well, it's like how everybody has.
It's my street name. So
yeah, that's right. Your tag name.
Yeah, I'm Black Marmalade.
Oh, nice.
That's another type of bread, isn't it? Black marmalade bread.
It's like a jelly.
Is it like the marbling of the rye bread or something? What am I thinking about here? Black marmalade.
Marmalade's like a
molasses. Are you thinking molasses?
Or no, yeah, black molasses bread. Yeah, not marmalade bread, but molasses.
Okay.
But yeah, just to give myself some credit, I did change my DJ name right at the end to K-Type, which later transformed into my my YouTube channel being Dimension K. And my art account being Moon Crescent. I really use the K in my name a lot, a little bit. I don't know why. I really harness the energy of the letter K. I don't know.
Yeah. So now, Chris, are you recording and making replays available of your show? Because I've still never got to catch one yet.
I recorded the first one, but since I'm using it on my laptop, it's not like the way it's Telegram is recording it from my laptop. It's not the highest of quality. But the first one is able to listen back. I can send it to you if you want to attempt to try to listen to it again.
I can check it out and let you know what I think, how it sounds.
But
you got one coming up pretty quick right now, right?
Yeah, I'll do one Friday night. The second and third one, this one Friday Friday night will be my fourth one. The second and third one I did have available on my Telegram group, but I ended up deleting them because they was also not as high quality. The only reason why I kept the first one is because I gave some really awesome knowledge on the occultism of rock and roll that I wanted to preserve. So I mainly kept that one on, not to listen back to the music I played in between my talks, but to preserve what I was researching and what I had stated.
Cool.
But if anyone listening and does not know, you can see it on my background really quick. I will say I do Telegram. My channel is Full Bald Radio. Every new moon, I do New Moon FM, Flow Music, Not Frozen Music. And it's just a pirate radio broadcast. I'm constantly building it to be more and more radio aesthetic. I'm going to expand it as much as they will let me. I'm just exploring it. Thanks for Rachel and Regan and everyone who's listened, especially Rachel and Regan, because I think they're only two that's been listening to since my first broadcast. So I really appreciate them for tuning in every time, even though they tell you don't have to. I really appreciate it. I do it just because it's something I like to do, but it means a lot that I wouldn't keep on doing it if people didn't come every week, or not every week, but every month. And
you're doing it before the movie this week?
Yes, I'm doing it before the movie this week.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna do it. I pushed it a bit earlier. Usually I do it around the same time we do the movies. But I pushed it up like an hour. So that'll be at 8:30 p.m. CST on my Fool's Board video channel. I will share a link in the chat for anyone, but I've talked a lot, so other people talk, please. I'm so sorry for talking a lot.
No, don't feel bad. You're
No,
not or nothing. It's fine. It's
That's
fine
what
to
this is
talk.
for.
I have the answer to the question I asked. If someone wants to ask me the question I asked all of you.
What was the question?
Oh, wait, what's your DJ name, Alan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I wrote the logo out and I didn't really stick with it because it was a bit heavy-handed. But can you see the logo that I was kind of playing with?
Oh, Siffist?
Jigfist?
Yeah, it's DJ Dickfist.
DJ Dickfist?
DJ Dickfist was the DJ name I was playing with because Tool was already taken.
Darn.
DJ Dickfist. I had an idea for a really good punk rock name in high school, Bloody Crotch, but I never did use it.
It's D-I-Q, Deek. Fist,
Feast.
P-H-I-S-T, Feast, Deek Feast.
Deek Feasto.
Yeah.
Deek Feast.
Deek Feast.
I had to show you guys. You have to look at the other camera. I got these huge scissors. I could put them over here too.
Where does he get these wonderful toys?
Those terrify me. Those terrify
You know,
me.
if there's any
Stay
men
away.
that are like overly macho, they need to get over it and go to
Stay
rock.
away from me with those big
Trust
scissors.
me on that.
Stay away from me with those giant scissors, man.
Yeah, stick your dick fist out over here, buddy. I'll show you
It's
the
like,
DJ.
it's like fist pumping DJ music where you like put your hands in there and you're like, like head banging, fist pumping.
Wouldn't that be awesome to have scissors
Mhm.
big enough that when they're putting their hands in the air, you can just go,
Snip.
and it just cuts right at the wrist, like right behind the wrist.
And then I would become DJ Stump Thump.
And Stump Thump is a great DJ name. Now I'm keeping that. If I ever decide to DJ for any reason, I am DJ Stump Thump. That's me, Stump Thump.
All right. I think I'm gonna go to bed soon.
You're not
I got
gonna
sunburned real
tell us your
bad.
DJ name and read more stuff?
Yeah.
I'm just teasing.
I'm gonna test
Well,
my final.
I tried to think of a DJ name because I'm not really much of a DJ.
Well, I asked if you already had one. So if you don't have one in the past, you can't come up with one.
I didn't really think of one, but there is like I make up stuff all the time. I can make up names for like anything. So I had one that I really liked that I've used for a lot of different things, but that would probably be the closest because I came up with it when I was listening to a lot of DJs, like when I started getting into more dubstep and like trap and stuff like that. So it would probably be like Gentle Cyclone.
That's not bad. I like that. Gentle Cyclone, and that's very much your style.
Yeah. I like that one a lot.
It makes me think of a cyclone like really politely ripping up the trailer park, only throwing the cat a gentle distance, and like the roof comes off, but it doesn't fly very far, and it's set down gently on the tall grass. And
you have a lot of in all your different like handles that made me realize that a lot of yours has a lot of like polarity.
That was one of my favorite projects in college. Like we had to take two opposing words and make a two-dimensional picture expressing them and making them work together. And I had tedious and fun. So I'll have to find it. I don't know where it is, but I just had these big, playful shapes with some that were a pain in the butt to cut up. But that's the thing. I always do that. I'm like, this isn't entertaining enough for me. And I do something really elaborate and regret it, but it's always awesome. Like, why am I doing this?
It was worth it because your art is par excellence. So
thank you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there's
see if I can
hundreds of
show
hours
this
that
off.
go into a piece of art. That might take you 10 minutes to make, but you spend 100 hours just agonizing over it. till you
Well,
finally get
yeah,
it
like
out.
the first time I do any of those charts, it takes forever. The runes took forever because I had never done it before.
Yeah.
But now I can make them really quickly.
Nice.
That looks
Yeah.
They're
cool.
working. That's cool, Jim. I love the bubbles actually.
Yeah, I need to squeeze them out, but I wanted to have a working prototype so I know how much to use.
Just keep playing with it.
That's what DJ Dickfist says.
Oh my God. Okay, good night, you guys.
Good night.
I will sleep well.
Oh, that's funny.
This one's pretty big.
It's an old tradition now for me to say something inappropriate and then Rachel to leave.
Sean, everything you say is inappropriate.
Yeah, what can you, I don't know what to tell you. Did you check my last name?
Kind of like works itself in first, takes a second, and then they kind of line up.
It's cool.
You turn it, you
I
can
just
see the
wonder if you
reciprocating.
were to put it on a cymatic plate and kind of have it shake and vibrate a little bit, how that might look.
That's so cool. I like it. Yeah, cymatics will look cool on that as well. Also, earlier I did share my character cartoon drawings I did of Chance and myself back in 2017.
It's all in the Telegram.
Yeah.
I am assuming everybody
Hey.
who listens knows about the Telegram. If you're listening and you don't know about the Telegram,
I love
there's a
Chance's
Telegram.
face. If you okay, just for people who aren't cool for Telegram, this is a close-up of Chance's face that I drew.
It's good.
Oh, cool. Let me on spotlight so you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These smart blur filters are fun to play with.
Did you show it again?
Me?
It's in the
Yeah, I
Telegram. He's showing.
Yeah,
He's
it's
holding.
also in the Telegram.
He's pulling
It's
a
this.
Gordy. He's pulling a Gordy by taking a picture of his phone and then sending it to you.
It's called pulling a Gordy, isn't it?
I'm pulling a Gordy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm pulling a Gordy. It is in the
Better
Telegram
than
chat.
pulling a dick fist.
You have to tug.
After you pull a dick fist.
You tug.
That's the question.
Come over here and I'll show you.
Gently.
Was Kaylee still here? We can appropriate around women. No, it's
Wait,
just
is
men
this
folk, right?
is this a boys club now? Can we be filthy like that?
Yeah, I think it's a sausage fest, so we're all good.
Sausage fest.
It's Fight Club time. Let's do this.
Right. So now it's the time for Weaving Spiders Welcome Pantypalooza 2022.
Pantypalooza. It would be pretty funny if we could figure out how to do a Weaving Spiders panty raid. But I mean, it wouldn't be worth it, honestly, but it would be funny, but it would not be worth it. The women that we kick it with, like to steal their underwear, it's scaring me just talking about it out loud. It makes me afraid.
We just need to do a table reading of the panty raid episode of SpongeBob.
We take the panties of our enemies, not our compatriots.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do a table reading of that scene from SpongeBob when he's like, when SpongeBob gets Mr. Krabs to panty raid his own mother's drawers.
I remember that. Yeah.
Wow, that's rough on so many levels.
Yeah, the question we must ask ourselves, men, is, do we want to be responsible for the reaction that we will get when we pull the pussy hat off the feminist? I don't think we want that. We don't want that fallout in our lives.
No, it's not worth it. That's why I said it's not worth it. I mean, it would be worth it to attack the females in our own group because it would wage a fun war, but we wouldn't last very long. You know, we're not cunning and deceptive enough. If we make these women unhappy with us, we're just going to get ruined over and over again.
Right.
And
right.
You know,
no,
which would be okay. I mean, it'd be worth it. But
Rachel, Kaylee,
ideas.
Janie.
Yeah, I mean that's enough. I mean, we really don't need any more. If there's any more, that's
like,
just
like just those three alone would just decimate us.
Was pantsing something that ever happened to you guys? Did you ever get pantsed, or did you ever?
My high school girlfriend
anybody?
pantsed me right in front of people in the hall one time, and I
threw
her in the creek.
Everything? Did everything slide down?
No. I was
just the pants.
You're giving me nightmares.
Not
a traumatic freaking. That would be so traumatic, man.
Like, because are you going to?
Would you get pants and everything?
Would you ever pants the pussy riders? Because they're not wearing shirts. But why aren't they running around like pantsless? Because this isn't what I never understood. If they're pussy rioters, then why are they running around topless? Shouldn't they be running around bottomless?
That's a good point.
I was new with pants in school, but there was one time in elementary school when we was doing the parachute thing, the multicolored parachute thing. You would hold and wait, like shake and play games with. We did that shark game where you like partially lay underneath, and like some of the other kids that were like be the sharks and try to like drag you under.
Yeah.
And I was wearing like
I was
wearing some type of pants that was like elastic. I forget what they was, but they wasn't like actual pants. They was like loose.
Oh yeah.
Like fitting.
No.
When they try to pull you under the umbrella or the big cloth thing that they shake up and down. They try to pull you under because you're shaking. Yeah. And they end up grabbing the pants and they pull the pants down, but not the entire legs to slide you under. Yeah, which is a weird world to live in which pantsing a person could be considered a hate crime because they could say it's a sexual crime against a person, and they could say you're trying to determine the gender of the identity of the person because you're pantsing them, and you could be like, dude, no. 20 years ago, we pulled the pants down on somebody because it was a funny thing to do. It was not because we hated them. We might be annoyed with them. To pants them is to put them in their place and let them trip and fall over the, when you get caught with your pants down, it's an embarrassing thing. You're doing something.
How do you handle it? Do you run away? Do you cry? Do you fight? Do you laugh? And are you like me and pull your underwear down too since you're already all right.
I got pantsed by someone. I was in college and guys were hanging out and we were swimming in a pool and there was this one guy who refused to get pants. It was like, no, and he was being chased after. I got pantsed and I just stood there and I waited till the person who pantsed me pulled my swim trunks back up for me.
Nice.
I'm not going to pull them up on my own. You pulled them down, you're pulling them back up. You need to correct the situation here.
That's great, Alan. That's terrific.
It's all a matter of perspective here. Are you embarrassed? No.
Why make people think twice about ever pantsing you again? That's for sure.
SB, I just found my crippled how-to video.
Is that something we could play on the stream and play ourselves out with how to be crippled? Let's cripple the stream and
give me a moment. I found it on my old Facebook, so I'm going to get it off my old Facebook and then send it to myself, and then I'll play it off.
Do you use Facebook, Chris?
What?
Do you use Facebook?
regularly only to talk to my family. I never get on it though.
You posted the video when you originally made it, which was how many years ago? Many years ago.
That's why I asked, because if you
2014.
use it, I'll send you a friend's request. But if you don't really use it, then
I
it's
mean,
okay.
you can send me a friend request. I do post from time to time because I want to seem active to my family members. I do share some of the weaving spider stuff sometimes when I do
I
get
would
on.
love to get your family's testimonials.
I don't. My mom likes it. I think just because she's like, "Oh it's my son, and he's sharing things," so I kind of like everything he shares.
Yeah.
But
everything.
No, that was one of the most difficult and challenging things about RX Only Picture Show, is that Jim's mom would tune in because we would share it on Facebook. So then, like, I would see that she had liked it or that she was definitely going to tune in, and then you're starting to talk about like people who are killing children and bathing in their blood to become immortal, or they're having insane ritualistic black magic butt sex to bring demons through portals, and it's like, geez.
Homunculus, yeah, the anal birth.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, and technically she was my boss. So, but she never gave us any trouble about it, so I guess it was all okay. But there was times when me and Jim would have that pre-show conversation, like, do you think our moms are going to tune in? Because my mom would tune in sometimes too. It's like, I don't know. Do you think we should hold back? Like, we can't hold back.
Right.
We can't. Like,
right,
we can't hold back. That's not right.
Well, yeah, and there is talk of having a Mother's Day show special weave thing.
Yes,
where,
Mother's Day weave.
Where mothers of spiders would be here with us and share stories and talk about motherly things.
See, I'd be much more comfortable if I knew she was tuning into this show.
The art show, sure.
Well, it's gonna be on Sunday, so it's not technically a Weaving Spiders welcome episode.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just
Mother's
a Mother's Day special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To honor mothers everywhere.
Yeah, well, we're going to be in the Walla Walla Valley on Mother's Day, so maybe I'll be able to tune in with you in person.
Will your mother be
could send a
available
clip
for the show?
If you're listening.
I could ask her. It depends on what time we broadcast it. She has a lot of children and people that are going to.
You could record a video of a mother talking about something, and then weave in the ideas of the mother.
Me and Jim did an amazing episode.
And early, so that moms can take part. That's the point. Is to bring your mom to the stream.
Yeah.
So it has to be mom friendly. We could, maybe even like sometime between lunch and dinner or something.
I just thought I could share a picture of my mother. Maybe I have a picture of me and my mother. I know my mother took pictures of me wearing ridiculous outfits and costumes and things. She was very, very
cool.
supportive.
I bet you had an awesome mother.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully she's still around.
She's not, which is why I said I would share a picture of her. So if other people don't have a mother, they could share a picture of their mother.
Yeah, I've lost my father, so my condolences. I understand, man.
Yeah, I can't imagine how terrible that must be. And I'm sorry for your loss.
It's been many years now, and it's still something that you have to sit with, and it's like, oh, I just need a moment. Okay, I'm okay. But I love the idea of having mothers and celebrating them, and I'd love to see the humor of all of your moms coming through on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll ask her, and my mom's funny as hell.
She is funny. Your mom's a character.
She really is. Me and Jim did an amazing thing one year. There's an event in Walla Walla every year called Adam West Day, because Adam West is from Walla Walla, Washington. And for, I think it was the third Adam West Day. And my brother Adam has been
he invented
involved.
He invented it in the first place.
That's right.
Your brother.
That's right. Yeah, because when Adam West died, my brother started a petition online to because he was so upset at the whole thing. I might be getting this story wrong. I don't want to screw up Adam's lore.
That was a funny one.
But yeah,
no, that's exactly what happened.
As a beautiful synchronicity, we were driving around. We were covering. Me and Jim went and live streamed Adam West Day. We both had, or no, let's see. Did we have 2 cameras or just one? Was it just me with the camera? I'm trying to remember.
Had 2. I don't even know how we did
it. We successfully live streamed it just using smartphones. And as a total coincidence, we were wandering around downtown and reception was getting worse and it wasn't working out. And my mother pulled up and I was like, hey, there's my mom. And we waved her down and we jumped in her car and she drove us back to the location we needed to be to meet Adam and other people. And my mother, the first thing she says, I tell her, Mom, we're streaming live. We're on the internet. She's like, that's fine, Sean, but I'm not a flat earther. I just want your audience to know that. Remember, Jim? That was the first thing, my mom immediately clarified for the whole world who might be watching that, her son may be a flat earther, but she is not.
Yeah, we started in the middle of town and we walked to one end and then there was an event at the other end that events at like certain times. And we're like, oh man, we got to get over to the theater to go watch the movie or whatever.
Yeah, because there was a showing of some movie.
It was like an Adam West tribute documentary. Yeah. And as soon as we're like, what are we going to do? We both turn and your mom just pulls right on up. It was like,
it was great. Perfect.
It was cool.
But yeah, I'll just have to feel the whole thing out with whoever's involved with the whole, because we're going to Walla Walla, so we'll just have to see what happens. No guarantees, but I'll try.
I think that maybe I set up the Zoom account from the house and then we left and called in on our phones.
That seems right. Because
I stayed in town and left the stream open for like 3 hours while I was waiting for the fireworks to go off. And like, there's no reason why I would have, I don't know, maybe not.
I think that's right. I think, because I don't think we had IBS. We weren't, I don't think. I think we might have been using Hangouts, not Zoom. I don't know. We'd have to go back and look. See, now that would be a fun, like I've always had the idea that we could go back and watch episodes of Picture Show as a group. And then
we should do that.
Pause it, We could just call it Remembering Picture Show.
We've already done one episode.
Yeah, that'd be really fun. I would really love to do that. Or if anyone,
and we could make it a private exclusive thing too. Like just for the group of
even if we don't do that, if either of you wants to like email me like files, like I would love to just watch it on my own as well.
Some files
they're all back
on Telegram.
Yeah, they're back on my I got my channel back. But,
sweet. Okay.
So it's all up on the SB Alger channel. But I can I have a Telegram that I started just to back them up so people could have them and so that they're backed up,
The ones that were removed from YouTube or censored or blocked. And
yeah, there were 2 that you can't find. Those are on my Odyssey channel.
Okay.
51
You have an Odyssey channel?
Yes, I do.
How'd you get an Odyssey channel? I've been trying. They
No,
never give me the email back.
You're thinking of Rockfin.
No, I'm thinking of Odyssey because I've tried to get on Odyssey a bunch of times.
Oh, weird.
The email wasn't being sent.
They email it back to you, but they've never emailed it back to me.
Did it go to a spam filter, perhaps, or?
Oh.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Done like 3 times, and I think I don't know. I think I'm on a
their
list.
email server wasn't working. It's interesting.
It was like it should be there within like 7 to 10 days.
Yeah, I wonder if Odyssey has like a backup, like there's a queue, like people are signed up to try to get in, and you can only admit a certain amount of people over time, to not overwhelm the services.
How long ago did you sign up, Sean?
It's just a few months ago. I mean, I've only been on there a few months. Ever since I got my channel back, once I realized that things were going weird with the community guideline strikes because of those 2 episodes, I went and signed up just so that those episodes, because what I did is I backed those episodes up to BitChute, because that's kind of the cliche non-YouTube backup location.
BitChute doesn't.
Yeah, and it didn't work, you know, like it immediately got shadow banned on there.
Yeah.
Well, I tried it when
there's all kinds of
I was trying to get into Rockfin, and they said that they had problems with whatever, and then I immediately tried a bunch of other places, and Odyssey was one, and nothing.
Things that
I feel like I'm shadow banned or blocked.
Makes you wonder. Well, it was your IP address where the show was coming from, so it could be that the ARC's Only Picture Show IP is on a
That's
list.
what I was thinking.
It's a possibility.
That's interesting.
Because I mean, there's so much controversial and taboo stuff on BitChute, but then like some typical stuff that you think would be fine doesn't make it. So to me, it's a typical strategy. You know, they want a bunch of Jew hate and weird Nazi shit and white supremacist shit, but they don't want things that are exposing plain, simple truths a lot of the time. And it works to confuse and prevent people from figuring out how things really work. They just don't, because they don't get it, you know. Or they get sucked in and they're like, well, it's just the Jews. We don't want to talk about anything else. We better talk about Jews for the next 30 years and what we're going to do about it, you know. And it's like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Come on, you guys.
Also, guys, I do have the how to be crippled video ready to be shared.
Do you want to play it during the stream?
Yeah.
I'll play it to the stream.
We're gonna cripple the stream. He'll play the video, and then we'll sign out for the night, I think.
I do have. I don't think I've ever shared the music, one of the music videos I was a part of making, and my How to Be Crippled video is really short because it was only a project for class. So after it, I could also share a music video that I helped made.
Yeah,
that's
we're down. Anything you want to show us, Chris, we'll watch it. Believe that.
So I can show them back to back since they're both only a couple minutes long.
It's the best way to preserve.
So side note, when we do the mother show, let's make it available to all of the people that would like to come on and bring their mother or a person who is a mother or
we do
like
we
sisters
do
and
long
wives.
stream. People say goodnight and sign out, and then we make the announcements that people don't hear. So we need to put that in video description and make clear in all the announcement channels that we are doing a Mother's Day show. That is our intention. It will be on the Sunday of Mother's Day. If you have a mother, we all have mothers and grandmothers and women who have children. That makes them mothers. Let's honor them, celebrate them, gather stories about them, stories from them, and present them into a weave on a Sunday.
Yes.
I wish my mom would do it. There's no way she would do it.
Could you do it without telling her you're doing it by asking her to record a video of her? Or maybe she doesn't want video, maybe audio only.
No. She just wouldn't know what to do because she's very like your typical Midwestern Christian.
We love typical Midwestern.
So are our mothers.
Mothers. Ours are as well.
I can't say my mom's a typical Midwestern, but I mean, she's a typical Californian.
Yeah. My mom is probably like your mom. Just a sweet lady.
She's really sweet, but I don't think she would be down. I mean, I could ask her.
Again,
I could ask her, but
it doesn't need to be live. You can record a video and then we can play back the videos because there's listeners who might want to have their mother say something. And again, it doesn't have to be audio, you can record a video and then just put your hand over the camera, so it's a black screen video that we could play. You know, making it simple for people to understand how to record audio. Sometimes they're like, well, do I have an app for recording audio? You have a camera, it records audio, put your finger over the lens so it's black, and then let it capture the sound of your mother, and then send that to us.
You know what you could do, Chris, just for fun, is that you can just throw the camera on her and tell her that you're making the video of her.
I can just tell her that it's for I'm going live on Instagram, and she will think it's awesome because she loves Instagram. She loves putting things on her story and everything. So I can just be like, I'm going live.
Perfect. That's perfect. That's all you need to do.
If you could borrow memes that your mother posts to her Instagram and screenshot those, I'd love to see what memes moms love.
Oh, the old like Christian Bible verses and things.
I love
perfect.
Bible verses.
I want to see which verses she posts.
Yes.
I post Christian Bible verses on my Instagram too.
I want the inspiration.
That or how much moms love drinking wine.
They do love drinking wine. That's true.
How do you know?
Hashtag not all moms are winos, don't you know?
Don't you know?
My mom's more of a whiskey lady, actually.
I love it when Alan's Minnesota accent comes out.
Yeah, when I first met him, it took me a minute, and then it's like, oh, duh, he's from the Midwest.
Of course, I'm from Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Of course I am. Where else would I be from?
Now that I know you, nowhere else.
You think I'm gonna put a bag over my head and eat a bagel for you? No, that's not what I do in Minnesota. I'm gonna put mayonnaise all over that bagel.
Speaking of DJs, earlier in Minnesota now, there is a electronic funk DJ that makes funky bass music that goes by the name Minnesota.
Yeah, it's funny because you think of Minnesota, then you think like Swedish Norwegians, but really there's a lot of Somalians here. And there's Prince. We gave you Prince and First Avenue and 3M Company and Best Buy and Target stores and the Green Giant vegetables, and there's a lot of variety.
Target.
There's a Green Giant factory here, and they carved a Green Giant into the side of a mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
cool. Giant.
We've got one in Minnesota up there on the hill. You drive down south, and
we have a Solo Cup factory with a giant Solo Cup.
Ha! Nice. For when you're feeling so low.
Yeah. I'm feeling like watching some Chris vintage videos.
Okay,
signing off for them.
And also, I apologize for the Hard to Be Careful one. Not that if you're offended, because if someone watching is crippled and offended, I don't care if you walk. None on that. I'm saying I apologize because I made this when I was a senior in high school. I did college early, so I was still a teenager, and so I looked like a teenager.
I'm still a teenager too.
I apologize for things like that. I'm sorry that I was a teenager one time.
Sorry.
I was a teenage cripple, and so can you.
Now that's a good. Now you could do a show. You could do a show called "When I Was a Teenage Cripple."
So can you?
It's kind of like when I'm a teenage dirtbag. I need to do a parody.
I was a teenage cripple, baby. That'd be so funny. Oh my god,
dude! We need to collaborate on that one.
Chris, awesome. Me and you, if we could get together in person, we could make the funniest skits ever, because we could just pretend to be, you could pretend that you're a little bit more disabled than you are, and that I'm your caregiver, and we could just act like,
I had a friend. Oh, he wasn't my friend. He was like a friend in high school, and we went to the dollar store one time, and he wanted to get a wheelchair, get a nurse's outfit, put me in a wheelchair, push me, and have me pretend like I was like a vegetable basically, and
Right,
like spaz out and see if anyone would stop me from spazzing out, and him just pretending like I'm just not doing anything and just push me along the aisles.
You guys didn't do it?
We didn't do it. He was like, we need to do it. I did use my disability for when the whole mouth thing happened, because I was like, if anyone approached me, I was gonna be like, oh, I can't. I'm disabled. I need to breathe.
Yeah.
So it was like I don't use the cripple card in high school and school. People would call it the cripple card. I don't use it much, but when I do, I try to use it wisely.
Yeah, of course.
To my advantage. But yeah. Anyways, let's watch this horrendous video, and then I'll share a music video after that to cleanse
I'm
our
so excited
palates.
right now.
Okay, let's share.
Hello there, I'm Chris Myers, and today our how-to video is going to be about how to be critical. Now, for evaluation, you might think I do.
There's no sound. Can you guys hear sound?
If you don't know what that is,
I can hear it, but you might need to push a
Oh
button.
yeah, I know what's wrong.
I hear sound.
Yeah, it must be my fault.
Okay, I'll start it over.
Thanks, man. Here, let me.
Burning Chicken Studios presents.
That used to be my thing. Was like in middle school, me and my friend created a website named Burning Chicken Studios, and we had plans to open up our own movie studio named Burning Chicken Studios. So in college, it was like, if you have a mock studio name, put it in front of all your assignments, please. Like they asked us to do that. So I was like, well, I actually do have a mock studio with a real website that's sadly not around anymore. But yeah, Burning Chicken Studios was. I even did film festivals under BC Studios later on. That no one understood. Like we pretended like it was a real studio. Like that was our. I'm kind of sad that it's not around anymore. But I really wanted to, my whole drive throughout school was to get to a place to where I could open up my own studio and name it Burning Chicken Studio. It's like,
yeah,
that was
just like
that was my dream.
all the big names. You know, they have a lot of them are really corny and stupid. That's because that's how it starts. You know, you choose something stupid and then you gain huge success.
Yeah. I had
you were
multiple
pretending it was your real studio. Here's the production
logos.
right here. You're the director or producer of this piece right here.
Yeah, it was really fun. Anyway, we came up with it at like 4 a.m. in middle school. It was really fun. Anyways, here we go.
Hello there, I'm Chris Myers, and today our how-to video is going to be about how to be critical. Now, for evaluation, you might think that I do in fact have CP. If you don't know what that is, well, there's a thing called Google, and you'll probably disable if you don't know how to use that, so you probably need to watch this video anyways. So, our first step on how to be critical is when to not and when to walk down stairs.
Step 1. If you're walking in the hall with your bros and they start taking the stairs, do you take the stairs? Hell no, you take the elevator. You're crippled. Nobody have to make you do anything. Step 2, when you're walking with a girl, that's the opposite. Step 3, opening doors. You wait for someone to open the door for you. Step 4, the opposite of step 3. If anyone Is it around when you need to go? Open thingy. I mean, I don't know what's called.
I love the look around for like, where's none of my friends are here to open the door for me.
And finally, the final step. If someone's arguing with you, use a crypto card. Use a crypto card for anything like that. If they want to fight you and you stand up and they
Gonna
see
fight me.
they want to go away. You're crippled. What?
What? You gonna fight a cripple? What?
No.
Yeah.
That's
So
great.
that was it.
It's really good, man. It's really good.
I had better ideas, but I didn't want to get in trouble by my instructor. Like I had some, like on the cutting room floor, there was some pretty raunchy jokes. I wanted to
I
make.
believe it.
Now you can share them.
Since it was a school project, I was like, what can I get away with and what can I not get away with?
Yeah, you don't want to get a F and go to the principal's office.
What was the filthiest idea?
I don't remember, honestly. I just remember them being really bad. It's one of the things that it's been so long ago. That was 2015, 2016, maybe 14, I think. Yeah, 14. Anyway, so here's to end it on a good note. Here is a music video I made by a artist or actor named Greg Sipes. He has a band called Sipes and the People. He contacted me to make 3 music videos. This is one of 3 that I made for him, called Fire in the Sky. It's about geoengineering.
Nice.
Unmute it.
Oh, it's muted, yes. Sorry. The geoengineering was his idea, not mine, but it's still awesome. He had the message he wanted to get out. But he let me get free reign to do whatever I wanted to do in the music video.
So you animated all this?
Some of it was already done. He had other people, but then some of it was also, it was a collaborative project.
From your heart, it's spitting high and low, and from your crown, like a ray of light. Oh, I got you feeling the sweetest vibe, you know it's so tight. 'Cause I got the truth, and I got the youth, and I got that fire coming down from the sky. And I got the truth, and I got the youth, and I got that fire coming down from the sky.
This was in high school too?
This was later in late college.
Okay.
This was a few years later.
It's really good.
Yeah, is he still playing music?
Greg? Yeah. He also played Michelangelo in TNT and Beast Boy and Teen Titans Are
It's a good jam too.
Wake up, out this holographic dream. Wake up, things are exactly as they seem. Wake up, rise up, yes, fire blazing you. Solar beams of light realize that I in you. Come on! This is that super magic mojo that you know. From your heart, it's spitting high and low. And from your crown, like a ray of light. Oh, I got you feeling the sweetest vibe, you know it's so tight. Yeah.
It's great.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah. Maybe another night I'll play the other two I made for him sometime. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Took about a year to make all three.
That's a lot of work. It looks really good, man. It's really clean and good.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was really fun. He messaged me on Instagram because I actually didn't learn animation in college. I took a 3D animation class. I took like 3D animation, photography, audio, video.
Yeah, he's got like 70,000 people following him. He's got a blue check mark and everything.
And all special effects. So I did a bunch, but they didn't have like a 2D animation class. So I wanted to teach myself 2D animation. So I was practicing and I was sharing stuff on Instagram. And he saw it and he reached out to me wanting to bring me on to the project.
Nice.
We talked for a little while. And then since he seemed like a pretty cool dude, and this was back in 2017, I think it was. I was like, hey, my friend has a podcast called Innoverse. I was like, do you want to be on it? And he said, yeah. So I got him on Innoverse podcast with Chance. Where he talked about working in Hollywood and working in animation and being kind of like a light warrior in animation and playing the fool, since he is a kind of like a hippie, I guess you can say new ager type, kind of like one of us.
Yeah.
He plays the fool. He plays the idiot stoner type a lot. But that's to be able to get out all these stuff.
His shtick.
Yeah. So he talked about using that and everything. It's a laid back episode of Innoverse if you want to go back to 2017.
Yeah, I've never gone that deep of a cut on Chance's stuff. That makes it tempting because I've never gone that far back on anything at Chance's.
Yeah. Innoverse 2017, Greg Sipes, Peace, Love, and Animals, because that's his mantra is Peace, Love, Animals. He opened a church of dogism, where it's all for his dog, and it's
Church
really
of
cool.
Dogism.
Yeah,
that's cool. I got a church of dogism right here at my house. I got 3 pugs. That's a church of dogism if you ever seen one.
Yeah, he's an interesting dude. He's pretty chill though. He was really fun to work with, and I'm glad I was able to meet him.
And I just went and followed him. He's got 70,000 followers. He's popular.
Yeah. He ironically, to tie this back to The Last Airbender, he voiced a background character in The Legend of Korra, with the sequel series to The Last Airbender, for a couple episodes. And he's friends with Dante Bosco, who plays Prince Zuko from The Last Airbender, and played the typical character of Jake Long in American Dragon Jake Long, that Disney show I was talking about earlier.
So you guys have a lot of similar interests.
Yeah, we definitely have some interesting connections.
I love your art for the moon behind you, man. It looks great.
Oh yeah, I really enjoy that one. Thanks.
It looks like the Death Star.
It's the moon calendar for 2022. All the dots,
cool.
All the different phases of the moon for each one-time calendar year.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's like a spiral.
Getting late over here. I better bail, you guys. I'm gonna try to catch you this Friday, Chris. Hopefully it'll work out for me.
Yeah.
So I can hear what you got going on in the Fool's Bard.
Much love. It's gonna be fun.
Yep. But I'm gonna push it. But you'll still probably hear me because of my phone. But I'm gonna leave on the laptop. But I'll see you guys soon.
Okay. Much love.
See you tomorrow or the next day or whenever we do this thing again.
Yep. I'll be around. I'm gonna meet this at the house. I'm pushing the button on this. Good night, you guys.
Good
night.
Thanks for letting me share my stuff, guys. That was fun.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime. You're a freaking crack up.
It's
going.
It's funny because, well, the reason why I get out in bursts like this is because I don't know, it's you guys have found it. It's hard to find people that to talk to on any type of level. So when I
feel you there.
When I'm in the right mood to unleash some stuff, it's always awesome.
I feel you there for sure.
So I really appreciate
about this group,
you guys, and all the wisdom you guys shared. What is your background, by the way?
I got a ghost. Yeah, it was for the Heather Taddy special that we did earlier.
Oh yeah, I caught, like I said, I caught part of it because I was trying to watch that and Vibrant at the same time.
There was so much stuff going on today.
So I was going back and forth. I was like, we've inspired Vibrant, we've inspired Vibrant.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird day. I thought that I was surprised that we didn't have more people here in FlowState. I think people were tired, or everybody kind of bailed.
Yeah, I came in late as usual. It seems like I always get FlowState late, but it's cool.
Well, at least you got a chance to come in here.
Yeah,
it's always
I miss
always
Jake.
Exciting when we're going and then somebody new pops in, and I'm always like, I hear it makes a chime, like a doorbell sound in my phone, and then I'm like, who is it? Somebody new here. You know when people leave?
I miss Jake. I wanted to be on with Jake because I love that dude.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to him.
We've really
had a chance
connected.
to talk to him. I was thinking about inviting him for this weekend or something on Saturday. I kind of wanted to talk to him a little bit, you know.
Yeah. He reminds me of a lot of Chance when he first started out, because Chance when he first started Universe, which is so he could have conversations with people, and that's what Jake is doing.
Is that what he's doing?
I
still haven't had a chance to catch his show.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, our episode was really cool. We're gonna follow up, do more episodes together.
I need to check that one out. That's the one I wanted to watch.
That one was interesting because that was his first time interviewing anybody.
Oh, really? That's cool.
So it took us a little bit to get on topic because it was the first time meeting each other, and it was his first time interviewing, so it was exciting. So the first 45 minutes is us talking about how I found the Weaving Spiders group and how he found the Weaving Spiders group and how we connected. So the first 45 minutes is just where did we come from and where are we now? It's introductory, which is awesome.
That's cool.
Which is awesome. But then this next 2 hours is the actual breaking down Avatar, The Last Airbender, which was awesome. We're actually going to.
So, did you guys both have not like the movie really compared to the? I'm asking a spoiler, I guess.
Oh well, we talked about the show. We didn't talk about the movie.
Oh,
We
okay.
talked about
Okay.
the
I thought you were
series.
talking about the movie.
No,
Yeah.
we said about the show. We are.
It was disappointing when I saw it. I was really excited for it too. I wasn't like an Airbender fan, but I was a fan of M. Night Shyamalan, and I knew the Airbender was cool. Like I seen a couple episodes, but like I was just a little bit too old to have it be on when I was around. Because when I was a kid, I watched a lot more TV than after that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, it's gonna be cool because it's a really cool idea. You know, it's a cool show idea. You know.
He butchered the symbolism. One of the biggest things was he made firebenders not use their internal fire. That was such a big deal in the show that they used their own breath, their own chi. They actually had to light a fire, then bend the fire they light. That was so bogus.
So you could just blow their fire out.
Yeah.
Just blow out all the fires, and then they wouldn't be able to attack you.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that, I was like, M. Night Shyamalan, what are you doing? It takes out the whole spiritual connection that the Fire Nation had. And in our culture, it's that was one of the lamest things. And then you had Princess Yue at the ending when they go to in the movie when they go to the northern water tribe. Her hair looks like a penis head. he changes her haircut, the way she decorates her hair, and he shows it from the back. And he tracks up to it. So it's like he wants you to focus on the phallic shape of her hairstyle for some reason. It's like, Shyamalan, what are you doing?
It's kind of a shame when they give a movie to make off of a cartoon or a TV show, and the director doesn't even watch the show, never watched the show, probably.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't even let Mike O'Brien, the creators of the show, on set. So they wasn't even consultants.
Yeah. They knew they were going to change it. And they're like, he's going to be pissed because we know that we're going to do it our way, not his way.
Yeah.
I bet.
And because Netflix is doing their live action version as well now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And Mike and Brian, the creators, was on it. And I actually it's not out yet. And I actually had reached out because they were looking for people to work on it. And I had reached out and said, hey, like, I don't really want to work for Netflix, but I trust you guys. You guys are the creators. I have respect for you guys. I have these talents. I've gone for school for this. I'm really versed in the mythos that you've created. I can lend any hand. I mean, if you guys just want me to get you guys coffee, I would do it because that's how much I love and appreciate what you guys have created. And luckily, I didn't get the job they shortly after I had reached out, they made a post that they have parted ways with Netflix, and Netflix is still doing their version, but they parted ways for creative differences. And then that's when Netflix showed that they're changing the age, swapping ages, and they're doing all this. They're doing what Netflix does and putting a bunch of propaganda. They're trying to make it into the Game of Thrones-esque Stranger Things. It's like they're trying to do like partial Games of Thrones, but they're also trying to do a Stranger Things type of thing with it. And it's really weird what Netflix wants to do.
Oh,
it's like, why? But luckily, Mike and Brian did open up a studio, Avatar Studios, where they'll be making more animated shows and movies, and that's in their vision.
Hey Chris, what's the name of James Cameron's Avatar 2 movie that was just announced today?
The Secret of Water, isn't it?
I think it's something.
The
like
Way
that.
of Water, The Secret of Water. It made me
Avatar
think,
2 water title.
The Way of the Water. The Way of the Water.
Google thinks I said retard to water title. I said Avatar to water title.
Which made me think of the anime Nadia and the Secret of Blue Water with the Atlantean giants coming down.
There's definitely an Atlantean theme
For
with
that
this Avatar thing because they're going underwater.
Yeah.
That movie by not Benicio, but the Guillermo del Toro, where the lady has sex with
The Shape of Water. The Shape of Water.
monster.
Yeah, Shape of Water.
That was cool, but dark.
The Way of Water, Avatar 2, is designed for the biggest screen and the most immersive 3D available. Set out to test the limits of what cinema can do.
We should all meet up and watch that together so we could roast it and do a live roast.
It debuts on December 16th with sequels to come on December 20th, 24, December 18th, 2026, and December 22nd, 2028.
I forgot we're still live. I'm gonna kill the stream.
Oh, we're still alive? I thought you